into the budget bill for introduction in the House and the Senate at the beginning of the session. Anyone have any questions on that? Okay. We'll start out here with the state budget overview and review of major policy changes from 2025 in Senate Bill 125. We'll start out with Dylan Deere, Assistant Director of the Fiscal Affairs of the Kansas Legislature Research Department. Dylan, welcome committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Welcome back to Topeka if I haven't seen you. I think most of you I have seen at this point. However, I just want to talk a little bit about how we organized, in cooperation with the chairman, the agenda for this morning and this afternoon. I'm going to talk a little bit about some big picture items. I want to clarify, this is very big picture. We have not reviewed all of the agency budgets at this point. We are in the process of doing so, but I can give you some, paint some big pictures about where the budget requests are going. Then Stephen Wu, my managing fiscal analyst, is going to talk a little bit about the SGF reappropriations. So that is the dollars that carried forward from last year into the current fiscal year as approved SGF spends. And then I'm going to talk a little bit, and I used a little bit of budgetese in here accidentally. Change package reports, that is the agency requested supplementals and enhancements that you'll be seeing for the current fiscal year and next year. So that's any additional request that is not part of their base budget. So if they're doing something new, it should appear as part of a change package report, which is part of a supplemental or enhancement. So a little budgetese there, but please forgive me. With that said, I'm going to go right into this document that you see here before you, which is the comparison of the 26 approved budget to FY26 requests and the 27 agency requests. I would like to note that the expenditure data includes a comparison of the 26 approved budget to the 26 adjusted budget requests submitted by state agencies. That approved budget does include reappropriations. Okay, and those go to the governor prior to the 26th legislative session. I would also like to make a couple of caveats. Some of this data is preliminary, having not been fully reviewed and corrected by the Kansas Division of Budget. So prior to session, what the Kansas Division of Budget does is they go through every single agency and they review to make sure that the funds balance, that there's not technical errors in the agency budget submissions, these are not policy adjustments that are being made at this phase of the budget review process. This is just our budget staff over in the executive branch reviewing all of those various agency submissions and making sure that they are accurately reflect the agency's intent. All of the agencies that we're going to present to you today, that do the detailed deep dive on, have had that technical correction done to them already. Okay, but when you look at this overview, not everything in here, okay, includes numbers that has had that technical correction yet. Additionally, expenditures for the Kansas Lottery Commission are excluded as this budget had not been submitted at the time this document was being drafted. They're just dealing with some technical issues over their Kansas Lottery Commission. We talked about it late last week. I understand that early this week or middle of this week, they're going to go ahead and get that into the budget system and it'll be included. It will not impact any of the SGF spends that you see before you, because the Kansas Lottery Commission does have revenue impacts, but it does, not even that much revenue impacts anymore, but it does have some revenue impacts, but it has no SGF expenditure impacts. So it's not going to affect that too much. That said, this table before you means that the FY25 actual expenditure is about $10.3 billion. The 26 approved budget with reappropriations is 11.1. The FY26 agency requested budget is about 11.1 billion, and the FY27 agency request is about $11 billion. And so you see that in that table, that's the big function changes. The 25 legislature approved about $10.6 billion in SGF expenditures. There were $517.3 million in SGF reappropriations that were added to this amount for a total of $11.1 billion. The 26 revised budget request by state agencies totals $11.1 billion, which is an increase of about $4.7 million, which is less than 0.1% above the approved level. The 26 agency request includes supplemental spending requests of about $64 million, including $53 million SGF, and the agency request also includes SGF fund lapses totaling $94.3 million, mostly from reappropriations. And I'll stop there for just a moment before I go into the function analysis and see if there's any big picture questions on what we're comparing.
Thank you, Dylan. Questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Diana, I think you clarified that. So these numbers you had said earlier, are these still preliminary in that not all of would be the original request, but not necessarily as impacted by, let's say, some of the federal changes?
Mr. Chairman, so all of these numbers are preliminary is what I would say. Okay, but even the ones that have been through the technical correction and review process still could change slightly before we go into session, but they're the best numbers we have right now. Some of them are more preliminary than others is what I would say.
I don't know what's his name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dylan, when you
Representative Bueller.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The agency requests include SGF lapses of $94.3 million. Is there a breakdown of that anywhere, or is it?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
When Stephen Wu goes over his reappropriations, it also has the SGF lapses on the same table, so you'll be able to see them side by side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Seeing none?
All right, so a couple other quick little caveats. We are right in the middle of both the consensus revenue estimating process and the consensus caseload estimating process. That means that a lot of these numbers don't incorporate, what happened is a lot of the agency requests incorporated the human services caseloads from the spring review, but they have not yet incorporated any education caseloads or human services caseloads from the fall estimate because we're in the process of doing that right now. So it's just, we'll mention that as we go through, but just keep in mind there's some additional information that's going to be coming your way over the next 3 to 4 weeks. All right? So looking at education, the education function is a decrease of 41.5 million SGF. The majority of that is in the State Department of Education, which is a reduction of 38.9 million SGF. And that's just implementing the spring education consensus caseload. So, and of course, we'll have a revised number for that here shortly, just as I mentioned. And the human services function, it's an increase of 42.8 million SGF. This is Lawrence State Hospital has an increase of 33.4 million SGF due to agency supplemental requests for contract nursing, 32.2 million, and an SSP competency unit, 1.1 million. Osawatomie State Hospital includes an increase of $7 million SGF for contract nursing as well. In the public safety function, you have a decrease of $3.5 million. The majority of that decrease is in the Adjutant General's office of $3.4 million for budgeted disaster relief funding. Turn to the next page. Also, there's a slight decrease in KJCC just in operations. In the general government function, you have an increase of 5.1 million SGF. And that's the majority of that is in bids. About 8.3 million of that is attributable to bids. And that's assigned counsel fees, and that's preliminary, again, because we'll have a revised assigned counsel number coming out. Expert witness fees enhancement of about $3 million, and an IT security enhancement of about $160,000. In the Department of Administration, you have a decrease of 1.6 million SGF, and that's a reestimate for projected debt service payments and lapsed SGF reappropriations. For legislative agencies, you have a decrease of about $1.3 million SGF in operating expenditures. That's largely related to lapsed reappropriations. And in the governor's office, you have a decrease of about $500,000 in operating expenditures as well. So that's really quick overview of 26, and if there's no questions, I'll go ahead and move to 27.
Any questions?
All right, so
Seeing none,
starting.
please proceed.
For 27, agencies have requested $11 billion SGF. This is a decrease of 158.9 million SGF, or 1.4% below the 26 agency request. I would note, tons of caveats here, sorry. The estimate is based on requested agency expenditures only and does not include any below-the-line adjustments. And what do I mean by that? Last few years, we've seen state employee pay adjustments. Those typically don't appear in any agency budget as a one. They appear as sort of a on-the-side adjustment. Okay, we don't have anything like that at this point, so it's not included in any of these adjustments. Another thing that has been in the past on the side is like Medicaid expansion. When the governor recommends that, she'll have a negative on the side adjustment. In some years, she's also like incorporated into the estimates. So any of those IT, sometimes you'll see some IT adjustments that are on the side. None of those are incorporated into this. The request does include $450.4 million in SGF enhancement requests, though. So you'll see that as part of it, and I will review that after Stephen talks about reappropriations. So if you look at the education function, you have an increase of $45.5 million, or 0.7%. In the Department of Education, you're seeing an increase of $216 million SGF, and this is due to your about $111.4 million in enhancement requests, including special education of $92.2 million, safe and secure schools of $115 million, professional development 1.8, and the mentor teacher program, as well as implementation of the spring consensus caseload estimate for K-12 education. For Kansas Board of Regents, you have a decrease of $21.8 million SGF, and that's largely due to the elimination of one-time spends for the Student Success Initiatives, NIST Playbook, Kansas Restoration Act, and others. For KU Med Center and Wichita State University sorted together, you have a decrease of about $100.1 million SGF, and that's largely related to that joint health sciences center, okay, in addition to other reductions around aviation research as well. In Kansas State University, you have a decrease of $14.3 million, and there was a one-time expenditure for the Central Immersive Training Hub that was included in there. Turning to page 3, at Pitt State University, you have a decrease of $8.6 million SGF, once again related to one-time expenditures in 26 for the American Center for Reading, the NEMA Manufacturing Improve-Out Facility, and some capital renewal and demolition in there. Looking at Human Services, and I'm just going to keep plowing along, but feel free to stop me. Human Services function, you have a decrease of $135.3 million, or 4%. So you have an increase of $43.9 million for the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital, SGF, excuse me, for operating expenditures at the new facility. And that's, there's about $85 million of expenditures in 26 for construction of the facility, okay? But this is appearing as a new agency as part of the budget. And so there's some internal offsets that are going on with decreases in KDADs and increases as a new agency budget. And so that's how that's structured to keep in the back of your mind. So you have KDADs next, which has a decrease of $175 million, or 10.7%. There is an add of about $46.7 million in enhancement requests for mostly around waiver services, but which I'll review in greater detail later. There's a deletion of the $85 million, the one-time cost related to the construction of the new regional mental health hospital. There's a deletion of $58.2 million SGF for CanCare caseloads. Again, I will stress that's the spring caseload estimate, not the fall caseload estimate. There's a deletion of $33.3 million in one-time home and community-based services SGF savings related to the COVID-19 emergency. If you look at DCF, you have a decrease of $8.2 million SGF, or 4.2%, largely related to the CWIS, or Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. So those are IT expenditures that occurred in 26 that are non-recurring. And that is Human Services. In general government, you're looking at a decrease of $64.2 million, or 9.5%. A lot of this is in Department of Commerce. There's $50.7 million, largely around one-time spends. And that's Cybersecurity Center for Excellence, $3 million. MRO of airplanes, $44 million. Statewide marketing campaign for high demand wage, $2 million. Purple UAS, that's unmanned aerial systems certification, $1 million, and about $700,000 in some other adjustments. For the state treasurer, you have a decrease of $13 million, and that's $10 million in the aviation job loans program and $3 million in pregnancy compassion awareness. In the Department of Administration, you have a decrease of $16.1 million SGF, and that's docking, Capers Bonds debt service, and this licensing verification portal. And those are largely around setup costs, and that's professional licensing is what it's talking about. So that duty had been assigned to the Department of Administration to set up a common portal. In Ag and Natural Resources, it's really simple. You have a decrease of about $2 million SGF, and that's really around that one-time spend for BVLS, BVLOS, Beyond Visual Line of Sight operations in the Department of Agriculture. Turning to page 4, I'm not going to cover this in any great detail, but at the table at the top shows you all funds expenditures. So you can see that going from the 26 approved to the 26 agency requests for all funds is an increase of about $830,000. And going from 26 agency requests to 27 agency requests, all funds is a decrease of about $1.3 billion is what that is. And when we do those agency budgets, we'll give you a deeper dive into what their all funds spending changes look like. Obviously, Kansas Department of Transportation, Department of Agriculture, they have a lot of other funds expenditures, so we'll cover those in greater detail there. There are four major issues that I put on this analysis coming from last year's appropriations bill. I included them in this list only because they're sort of ongoing issues, and so I wanted to make sure that this committee was aware of them. The Kansas lottery, so there is still language added to both 25 and 26 prohibiting the Kansas lottery from expending monies to negotiate or enter into any contract or extension of a contract for the management of sports wagering with any lottery gaming facility. So that sort of puts a halt on that process. That process continues to be frozen. For salary adjustments, the legislature put in $106.3 million, including $40 million SGF. At the end of the day, it ended up costing $95.2 million, including $36.2 million SGF for that. So there's about a $3.8 million in SGF savings from the implementation of the pay plan that are out there. There was a 1.5% operations lapse that was implemented after the legislature departed. This 1.5% state operations lapse to state agencies appropriated or reappropriated from the SGF fund did exclude things like capital improvements, debt service, aid to local units of government, and other assistance. In addition to that, a large number of agencies were excluded, including legislative and judicial branch agencies, the AG, the KBI, the Sentencing Commission, state hospitals, veterans and soldiers' homes, the correctional facilities, the KHP, the Board of Regents, and state universities were all excluded from that. So at the end of the day, a total of $7.7 million SGF was lapsed, including $7.2 million in direct appropriations and about $560,000 in reappropriated dollars. And I think I skipped one, so I'm going to go back one bullet. There is language that was added to SB 125 to lapse any SGF funding in 26 budgeted for vacant positions. So what that means is at the end of FY26, at the end of the current fiscal year, the Department of Administration would certify how much money is associated with positions that were vacant and then lapse that out of the SGF appropriations. So that's still sort of like sitting out there as existing language that will affect the current fiscal year around these positions that may be vacant over the course of the year. And we'll see what effects that impact has on the way agencies submit their budgets going forward. But I wanted everyone to be aware of that as language that's out there. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dialing back on the human services function, South Central Kansas Regional Mental Health Hospital, that increase in 43.9, was that an expected increase, or are we expecting that hospital to now cost us $43.9 million more dollars?
So we're still doing analysis on that. I would note that there was a smaller dollar figure that was originally put into the budget for operational costs. And I think this is some inclusion of year one startup costs, because there's a lot of capital outlay and other things that are being done in order to be able to get that up and running. But I would defer a detailed answer until we've actually done the budget summary and analysis for that particular facility, and we'll give you a more detailed answer at that time. But it is higher than we originally had anticipated, but I don't know that that's going to be an ongoing level of spend for that entity.
All right, thank you, Dialing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to go back to fiscal year 2026, and actually this may be more of a question when Stephen is going to be presenting the reappropriations. But in regards to the State Department of Education, it says there was a reduction of $38.9 million SGF due to the spring education consensus estimate. So is that reflective in the state general fund?
So this is the SGF amount of reduction submitted as part of the agency request. Okay, so it's inclusive of the reappropriations, okay, and the agency request. So yes, I'm going to say, but I want to make sure I'm following your question.
All right, I just want to see where I want to follow where the dollars are going, because in the items that you submitted to me back in July, I think in regards to the reappropriations, there was a reduced estimate on the enrollment for K through 12, and I believe the amount was about $25 million, which was a reduction of what the Department of Education needed for K through 12 education. So I'm just trying to mix the numbers together and follow exactly where the reduction would
Absolutely, I
follow.
understand where you're going. So, with permission, Mr. Chairman, so these numbers are basically the original approved budget plus reappropriations to create that number. Then you have a submitted agency request, and even after those two are put together, then you still have the $38.9 million reduction. You had seen the spring education consensus that had not been implemented. So that amount of that reduction was not built into the budget because the legislature adjourned prior to adopting those consensus caseload estimates. We will have a revised number for you in another couple of weeks to a month, just so that you have that new education number, and it will be updated on the most recent student counts.
All right. Well, I look forward to it. Then going on to fiscal year 2027, in regards to the Department of Education, again, we have the secure school grants of 15 million. Now, historically, when that was created, it was only 5. Why is the request 15? Is that to meet demand? Or is just asking for an increase?
So that is the type of detailed answer that will have to wait until we have to present the Department of Education budget. And I apologize, they're going to get that answer a lot on this stuff because we have not actually written a budget summary for the Department of Education yet. And I'm not seeing Jenny saying she wants to stand up. So on that note, so we just wanted you to be aware of some of the big picture stuff so that you would be able to ask those questions as we come up to it.
Because
but as far
last
as their
year-
justification for it, I couldn't say.
In the fiscal year 2026 budget, we supplied $10 million. Is that correct?
I'm going to turn this over to Jenny, but that's more complicated than that and involves the Attorney General.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jennifer Light, KLRD Research Analyst for the Department of Education. So the safe and secure grants that has been within the KSD budget was zeroed out last year, and $10 million was put into the Attorney General's budget for both public schools and other public entities to be able to use for safe and secure methods. The $15 million that they are asking for is the same amount that they have asked for in the last couple years. They have requested that to cover the full amount of requests that they are getting from school districts. So they have asked.
So it's based on demand?
It's based on demand, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The next question I have is in regards to the Department of Commerce. And I was just wondering if, Dylan, if you have any status on either the success or what has been transpiring with the aviation jobs loan program?
I don't have
the
an
state
update
treasurer?
for you, but I can work on that for you.
All right, thank you. And then the next question, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The final question that I have is the $3.8 million approximately in savings in regards to the salary adjustments. Does that revert back to state general fund, or is that sitting with the Department of Administration?
So it hasn't reverted back yet, and it doesn't show up in the numbers because it's, again, like that sort of below the line adjustment. So there'll probably have to be action taken in the bill to actively lapse it.
So we can actually pull it back as
so
an
you pull it back.
appropriation. All right, thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the vacant positions, now, did that language just lapse the funding, or did it lapse the positions also?
So this is around the lapse of the funding. And to think about that, and why that would be, is because this is not just a position that has been vacant for an entire year, it's positions that have been vacant for a partial year. So let's say they budgeted for a new position and it was empty for the last 6 months because they're trying to fill it. The funding that's associated with that position would be lapsed. However, that they're still trying to hire into that position. So theoretically, in the following fiscal year, they would still have the opportunity to try and fill that position.
Okay, so this is really echoing. It didn't lapse positions that have been open for multiple years but not filled.
That is correct. This is really about reducing funding from budgeted vacant positions.
Okay. And then also on the 1.5%, is there a way that we can get a listing of what those direct appropriations were?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, we have that for you, and we'll bring it to you
Okay.
before you leave today.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dylan. I'm referring to page 2 in your presentation, the Kansas Board of Regents. It describes their overall decrease due to the elimination of one-time expenditures, including expenditures for student success. Can you describe, is that student success decrease because tech colleges and community colleges are not included, or does that include all spending for student success?
I see Dayton jumping in here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Dayton and let him answer that question.
Mr. Chair. Representative Howe, Dayton Lemunion, fiscal analyst for higher education. So I'll be talking about that here shortly, actually. But the student success money, so that was marked as one time last year. As you might recall, a number of items for KBOR have been pulled out of the allocation each year, and that's one of them. So for 27, it's not in their base budget, but they have requested an enhancement to continue the student success for both the 2 years and the public universities.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they are requesting it, but they're taking it out of the budget request. They're considering it one-time expenditures, not a permanent stream of funding, correct?
Mr. Chair, Representative, when the Division of Budget put together the initial allocation, it was pulled out of the allocation. So if it's the will of the legislature to make it ongoing, that would be something that could be done by the legislature.
Let me ask you, hasn't this been something that we've been doing for a number of years?
Yes. Again, I'll give a little more detail on that in my presentation, but yes.
Well, I think Representative Howe hit on something here. I mean, we've had this in every year, and all of a sudden this year it's not in there. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, I'm a little limited in my historical context, having just taken over higher education. However, I think it has been funded each year. So it's been taken out of the allocation each year, but then funded by the legislature. That's been the process.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a little confusing because I look at the report from the Unified Budget Request from KBOR, and those dollar amounts are in the request, but yet in this, it's taken out to show a decrease. And so it's it's hard to follow if they're trying to show that, you know, we're being good stewards, there's a decrease, or is there truly a decrease? Like for the Kansas Restoration Act, I think that's the Campus Restoration Act. And so that's in state statute. Those are demand transfers that happen unless we intervene. So I think it's kind of maybe not reflective of what's truly going on in the budget by omitting that. So just a comment. Thank you.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you,
Did I say that
Mr.
right?
Chair. Yes, thank
Thank
you. For the legislation that became law that included a fiscal note that did not also include funding in the budget, will we see those as enhancement requests or adjustments? And do we have a total for what that might be?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a total for what that is. The way that's being handled by most state agencies is if a policy bill has passed that creates some additional expenditures, then they are coming up across as part of the agency requests that are going to be appearing before you. And they'll normally be called out as enhancements or supplementals, okay, because that's considered to be like a new policy that they're funding at that point. So you'll see them broken out there. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I was going to expand a little bit on what Dayton just talked about. For you that are sitting on budget committees and in House Appropriations and Ways and Means, you will be getting a new question from your analyst as you make adjustments to the budget in this coming year, which is whether or not you consider any changes you make to the budget to be ongoing or one-time. Because there's always this question about whether it is the intent to continuously fund an initiative or whether it is intent to fund it for only one time or to have a specific sunset around it. So we've talked about it internally at KLRD, and it's our intention to just ask you straight up when you make an adjustment, whether it is your intent, how does your intent to proceed on those items?
In the past, if we didn't say it was one time, it wasn't. Because, you know, I think just this year here, last year, somehow this all got complicated. In the past, when we presented something, we said this is a one-time spend, and that's the way we would say it. If we didn't, it was always ongoing. So we'll have to get that figured out.
Yes, sir, and we'll be tracking in our database going forward.
Okay. Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair, sorry.
That's all right. And Representative Hoy makes a very good point, because aside from last year, we would always address the fiscal notes during omnibus, and we would have a discussion whether or not that was the actual number that was needed for any policy that had a fiscal note attached to it, and whether or not we would fund it or reduce it or fund it in full. So my question is, going off of Representative Hoy, is if these are included as enhancements in the budget requests, then we need to have dialogue on whether or not that is actually the amount needed, or if that can be reduced or possibly not spent, correct?
It's completely up to the committee to have those conversations. Of course, any spend that's as part of this budget is up to you to deliberate upon and make the decisions on how you want to implement it.
But my fear is that it's going to be embedded in their budget presentation and somehow lost. Whereas when we had the omnibus discussion, we would actually go through each item and then discuss whether or not it was needed, whether the positions that they were requesting for FTEs was warranted. And we were able to go through it item by item. And if it's embedded in the budget analysis, I'm afraid, or I'm very cognizant that we could possibly lose those requests in regards to fiscal notes. So I would probably ask that if there is any type of enhancement, as you said, in regards to a fiscal note that was passed last legislative session, that be its own line item that we can have a discussion when we're going through the budget analysis for each agency and department. I know that's more work for you, but I want to have those separated so we can have the discussion like we did prior in legislative sessions when we had the omnibus discussion. So we can actually discuss those item by item.
Mr. Chairman, that will be a problem. In most cases, they should already be broken out as supplementals and enhancements. If there's a couple cases that they're not, we'll go ahead and break out a separate list, and we'll just notate for those items that are enhancements and supplementals that are related to bills that passed last session, so you can see those separately.
Now, I would say one thing that will probably be in our favor is that all of these were implemented on July 1, and we will know whether or not they need to be fully funded or not at the point when we come back in January. And the next question I have is in regards to South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital, which is an increase of nearly $44 million for operating expenditures. Was that anticipated? And obviously, you said this is going to be a standalone budget because we have Osawatomie, Parsons, Larned, and so this is going to have its own budget as well. And so this is going to be an ongoing $44 million and possibly even more as years go out.
So, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, so I don't believe that all that $44 million will be ongoing. I think it's probably going to be lower. I think there's some one-time startup costs that are associated with that in year one. There were definitely some ongoing costs that were associated with that and already anticipated. So I think you're seeing some one-time startup costs, and then we'll provide you some additional feedback on the difference between the one-time startup costs and the anticipated ongoing costs for that facility.
I'd appreciate that. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably not the time to ask, but the Pittsburgh State University is spending another $2.2 million on the American Center for Reading facility. What is that? And why do they need another $2 million? And what's that measure of success? I mean, if we keep throwing money at that, just curious.
So that's actually, and with your permission, Mr. Chairman, so I believe that's a decrease, and they may have an additional enhancement request in their enhancement package, but I'm not aware of it. So what you're seeing here, if you're talking about the top of page 3,
Yes.
is a decrease of $8.6 million because
And that's
there was
part of that
one-time cost in the previous
8.6.
fiscal year.
Okay. Why, then what was their decrease from?
So it is from those items. So you have this.
No, I know, but I'll ask Chairman Howe,
Certainly.
see if he knows. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you. My question, when you start talking about taking the vacant positions, leaving the positions but not taking the money, do we no longer have shrinkage? Because, I mean, a lot of people in those positions, they weren't filled, but if they were asked to return funding or adjust it, they used it as shrinkage. So if you're going to take it, are we saying we no longer have shrinkage?
Mr. Chairman, so I always am terrified at this moment when the word shrinkage comes up. Yes, there are still shrink allocations as part of agency budgets. There's an ongoing conversation about how to adjust for that shrink rate and how to build into it, presumably to some degree to which the amount of vacant positions adds up the total shrink allocation, then you shouldn't lapse for that amount because that's already been pre-lapsed. And so it still fits within the scope of the language because that money has already been deleted from the budget as part of their shrink allocation. So there will be, my understanding is that will be brought into consideration when those determinations are made.
And agencies will be made aware of that.
I'm presumably from the Director of the Division of Budget in the Department of Administration, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan, thank you for your presentation. On page 4 on salary adjustments, when it says total actual expenditure for implementation was 95 million, my question is, how is Capers in this is Capers in this number, out of this number? Do we know how much Capers was? That type of thing.
I'd have to do a calculation to come up with the amount of the 95.2 million that was the Capers portion, but all fringe benefit costs are included as part of this. So not just Capers, but also the largest fringe benefit cost, which is group health insurance.
So do we know how much Capers was in that calculation?
No, I have to do a calculation to figure out how much that was as part of that. I mean, presumably it's going to be somewhere in the range of 10%.
10%. Okay.
But I'll do a calculation to get you the exact number.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Dylan?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. Next, we'll have SGF reappropriations. Stephen Wu, Managing Fiscal Analysis from KLRD. Stephen, welcome committee.
Good morning, committee. Good to see you all. I'll be talking on this landscape style document. It is a chart, a table of various SGF accounts across state agencies. So I want to talk briefly about what is included in this. So the columns that you'll see here include, on the very left, you'll have the agency as well as the SGF account. Only accounts with reappropriations will be reflected here. There may be some that don't receive reappropriations out of considerations of, the printed pages. We've neglected to include those. On the middle column here where you see reason for reappropriation, this incorporates feedback we received from agencies. This was presented to the Legislative Budget Committee at its August meeting. And should be the same information there. This is information provided by the agency on why these dollars reappropriated from 25 into 26. Next, you'll see the column to the right, it'll just be labeled appropriation. This is the appropriation for fiscal year 26. The column to the right of that is the reappropriation. These are dollars unspent at the end of 25 that reappropriated in 26. And then lastly, the column on the very right are transfers and lapses. So this will include transfers out of those accounts. This will also include some lapses. Some agencies have lapsed some reappropriations back to the main fund. So you will see this as a negative adjustment on the very right. So just at a high level summary, for fiscal year 26, reappropriations total just a little under $518 million. If you include, if you include lapses, that number drops to about $471 million. This includes about 44 state agencies. Before I forget, you might see that some agencies in the name, they'll have a little star, little asterisk after them. This keys to the footnote there. This refers to what Dylan was referring to before. The Division of Budget is still working on technical corrections for a number of state agencies. So those with that little star after the agency name, that is included within that. So those are likely, those may be subject to technical corrections. Those don't reflect the most up-to-date data. We will update that once the Division of the Budget is completed with their work. All right, so like I mentioned, there's about a little over $47 million in lapses. This includes both dollars the agency has lapsed on their own, as well as the 1.5% operations lapse that was included in last year's appropriations bills. So just some highlights of what you'll see in this document. You'll see that for the majority of these agencies, the reappropriations amount is relatively small because you'll see it mostly concentrated in a small handful of agencies. First, you'll see I think it's about $175 million in KDADs. This is primarily related to caseloads as well as planned construction for the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital. You'll see a chunk for the University of Kansas Medical Center, about $85 million. These are primarily dollars for the KU Medical Center Cancer Center. These are for planned expenses that the agency anticipates extending into 27. These dollars also include medical student scholarships for students who agree to practice in Kansas rural areas. There are some dollars reflected there. And then lastly, there are some items for caseloads within the Kansas State Department of Education. It's about $36 million. So some broad trends that we've observed by looking at this information. You can really put a lot of these reappropriations into some large buckets. So the large buckets we've observed are, by and large, the largest are multi-year capital improvement projects. About $301 million of these reappropriations can be attributed to that. It's about 50 or 60% of the total reappropriations. These are for large multi-year construction projects, including building demolitions, construction of new projects, renovations. Because those dollars are not spent all at once, all up front when the legislature appropriates it, they carry over from year to year. So this is attributable to that. A multi-year project, dollars aren't spent at the end of a fiscal year because of whatever construction, like negotiated contract the agency has entered into. It might not be fully paid out until the end of the completion of the project, and so these dollars carry between years. So examples of this include, the KU Medical Center Cancer Center, the Wichita Biomedical Center, as well as university renewal projects. The second bucket we'll see are contract obligations and other commitments. These are multi-year vendor contracts in a similar vein as with building constructions. These are multi-year contracts that have expenditures that carry in between years. They may not be paid all upfront, all at once. They may be paid in installments as things proceed, or they may be paid out at the conclusion of a contract. So because of this, we'll see those dollars carry between fiscal years. So some examples of this include the DCF, the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System, as well as some disaster relief payments you'll see within the Adjutant General's Department. The last two buckets we've observed are comparatively small. One of them is project timing delays. These are various schedule changes that occur either late in session or after session that the agency didn't anticipate, couldn't budget around, that push some expenditures from fiscal year 26 into fiscal year 27. Some of this might include, expenditures that were expenditures in June that were not processed until July. So, sometime towards the end of June, Those dollars didn't go out the door, so instead they went out the door in early July. As a result, because of the way that Kansas's fiscal year structure is set up, they're reflected in the budget for '26. And then lastly, the last major bucket are personnel vacancies. This accounts for maybe about $2 million of these reappropriated dollars. This is less than 1%. These include things like, position vacancies, lower than anticipated hiring costs, as well as some agencies shifting around training schedules. So that's all I have. That concludes my remarks I have for the committee. Happy to answer questions on a lot of these. I may turn to our analysts for their specific expertise on it. Like I said at the top, we do plan on updating this once we get all the technical corrections in from the Division of the Budget. But I wanted to provide the committee with a high-level overview of what is in the what has been reappropriated from 25 into 26.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to the question that I asked when Dylan was speaking, in regards to page 13 on the Kansas State Department of Education, the last two items was a reappropriation of almost $17.9 million and $12 million. And it says the final state general fund obligation for state foundation aid was slightly less than the final approved amount. That could be pulled back, correct?
I think I would defer to the revisers on this.
Okay. I'm just saying, I mean, obviously, if it's less than what we actually appropriated, I think that's when our purview to actually pull that money back. And then also analyze that when we go through the budget process when session starts. And that goes to a lot of the other items that we have as appropriation. I mean, some of them are contractual, and there's actually something that's being done, and they're saying that they're going to be spending it within fiscal year 2026. But again, I mean, Department of Children and Family, we have $7.7 million that I think we need to have an analysis when we start the budget process and with my budget chairs on going through each of these reappropriations and finding out if we are overspending, because obviously, again, I'll refer back to DCF, if they didn't spend $7.7 million, they're going to be asking for that same amount in fiscal year 2027. And if they didn't spend $7.7 million in 2026, then I really doubt that they need it in 2027. Same goes for the Department of Education and probably other agencies and departments. And so that's something that I'm going to be challenging my budget chairs to do a full analysis on in regards to exactly what we need to appropriate for each agency and department.
Dylan, would you mind touching on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to clarify, so we include the reappropriations in our analysis when doing caseloads. So whether it's the K-12 education caseload or the human services caseloads, we look at how much has been reappropriated. That creates the new approved, and the number that you get as our caseload estimate incorporates both those pieces of data. Now, it becomes much more complicated when you're talking about SGF reappropriations that do not have a caseload attached to them, because those have to be analyzed more closely to figure out how that money is being allocated. But you should, when you get that new estimate for K-12, it should incorporate the amount of the reappropriation as part of the assumptions.
But they're also going to have that in their ask.
They will.
That's what I'm getting at.
All right.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you explain okay, it's appropriation, reappropriation, and then the transfers. So I'm just on like page 2 here where the top, it's 28 million that we appropriated. They're reappropriating 10.4 million, or maybe it's 1,000. That's 1,000, I guess.
Thousands.
And they're lapsing 157 of that 10.4, or they're lapsing 157 of the 28?
So let me see. These dollars are fungible, and so it's not that, an agency could specifically state that they are of the amount that's reappropriating over, they're lapsing that exact amount. In those cases, it's very easy to discern. But otherwise, the way that dollars are represented in these documents are, reappropriations are represented as dollars in, same as appropriations. And so of that total amount, what you see that negative adjustment is that agency has decided to lapse, in this case, $157 of that account. So sometimes it is neatly tied to it. Sometimes it is tied to just the overall amount they have available for 26.
Okay. So either way, it's $157 is how much they say we don't need.
Correct.
But we still need the 10,446.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Representative Hoffman, I haven't gotten very far, but on the Kansas correctional system, the very first item, the appropriation is $13.5 million. The reappropriation is close to $32 million, which is significantly more. And then it says unobligated funds reappropriations for our plan to meet out-year obligations. Can you, and there may be more throughout if I got very far. This is just, like I say, about the fourth page. But how can that be? How can we have a reappropriation of 32 when we appropriate 13? Help me understand a little bit.
So I think to this, I would turn back to the example of buildings, for example. Say dollars are appropriated for a specific building or a specific program. They're appropriated for one fiscal year. An agency, for whatever reason that they provide, isn't able to get these dollars out the door at the end of the fiscal year. So at the June 30th, 2025, those dollars carry over. And so it represents dollars appropriated from one fiscal year carrying over to the next. So for one-time projects, for example, or projects with a more limited duration, that's when you might see some imbalance like that. So if, for example, the legislature appropriated $10 million for 1 year, $5 million for another year, and then the project is expected to be completed after that, so they only appropriate $100,000 after that. It decreases. Depending on when dollars go out the door, those dollars, that initial appropriation might carry over from year to year. And so that is, at a high level, that's an example of what you're seeing here.
Okay, so when it says unobligated funds, because I would think a building, they're semi-obligated or at least cumbered.
Yes.
But
perhaps that wasn't the neatest one-to-one example. So in this case, I would see, we can follow up with more information. I interpret that as the department's response as an issue of timing. They were not able to obligate those funds by the end of the fiscal year, and so those dollars, as a result, carried over into 26.
okay, sounds like we need to do a little more digging, but that's good for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none? Do you have anything else, Stephen?
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we'll have a change in package reports. Dylan Deere, KLRD.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one I will definitely be doing the phone a friend and leaning on the rest of our fiscal analysts to get some additional detail on. But I will note that we, again, have not done all of the legwork yet on these items. So I would consider this more as a guide. So as you go through and you're reviewing the various agency budgets that come before you, you'll have this change package report before you so you know what at least the agency has identified as new policies that they are implementing as part of either the revised current year budget or the out year budget going forward. As a note, there's about $58.9 million in SGF additional spend for FY 2026 and about $450.4 million SGF in additional anticipated spend for FY 27. So if you look at Ag and Natural Resources, not a lot here as far as SGF is concerned. If you look at KDHE Environment, about 6 down. You have the Water Program Management Fund is adding about $500,000. And the Kansas State Fair is asking for $750,000 SGF in 27 to do this livestock barns upgrades. And looking to education, You have an SGF increase of about $563,000 in 26 and about $154.3 million in FY27. We've kind of talked through those enhancement requests already to some degree, but these are them sort of lined out as identified enhancement requests for FY27 inside the Kansas Board of Regents. And Dayton is going to go through these items in detail probably right after lunch, or the lunch hour, regardless. Anyway, going to page 2, looking at Department of Education. We've talked about them a little bit, but you have about $1.3 million SGF and added in 27 for the mentor teacher program, $1.8 million added for professional development, the $15 million added for safe and secure schools that Jenny talked to you about, and the $92.2 million added for special education services state aid that is added as part of the budget. For the Historical Society, you're looking at about $550,000 added over 2 years that are related to the museum opening expenses. For the Kansas School for the Deaf, you're looking at $230,000 added to 26 and 27 for pay alignment with Olathe Public Schools and a school year extension. Historically, these schools have been linked to the Olathe Public Schools District as far as their salaries are concerned. There's also an additional $300,000 added to 27 for the 3 new classroom resource teacher positions. Turning to page 3 in Gen Gov. You have about $8.6 million added to 26 and about $34.2 million added to 27 overall for general government. The majority of this is related to bids. So you have $5 million added for assigned counsel, caseloads, and $3 million added to, it says caseloads, expert witnesses. Historically, I would note that expert witness fees have not been part of the caseload process, but these are the agency definitions of these items for the total of $8.3 million. The other note I would like to make is that these are preliminary numbers, and so we are going to have a revised caseload estimate for bids that will be coming out in the next couple of weeks. And then you have a $21.3 million add to bids, including $4 million for assigned counsel caseloads, $3.3 million for expert witnesses, $5.6 million associated with this holistic defense or ethical caseloads, and $6.3 million added for pay parity with prosecutors. So that'll be additional enhancement requests coming from bids that you will be reviewing. If you look at the judicial branch, there's several like rural justice initiatives and stuff like that, but the biggest ask is for salary increases for non-judge personnel. This is $3.3 million, and according to the narrative, that's about a 2.5% salary adjustment. They do theirs as a merit pool, which means that it doesn't mean that every non-judicial personnel, if approved, would receive a 2.5%. It means that they would allocate them on a performance basis inside the judicial branch. All judicial branch personnel are technically non-classified. Moving to page 4. So the Department of Revenue, I'm going to mention these even though they're not SGF. These are coming out of the Division of Vehicles Operating Fund, and without a new source of revenue, theoretically these would be transfers from the State Highway Fund by adjusting the quarterly transfer to that fund. So there's $2.5 million added in 26 and $1.7 million added in 27 for driver ID cards. $4 million added to both 26 and 27 for license plates and postage, and about $920,000 added for salaries. The salaries adjustment was an indication from the Department of Revenue, which we'll cover in greater detail later today, about having an inadequate balance in the Division of Vehicles Operating Fund to cover the cost of last year's pay plan. And I will take this note to let you know that you're going to see a bunch of adjustments for biennial agencies only in 27 for the pay plan. Those are not new adjustments. It's just we did not adjust the 27 expenditure limitations when we were adjusting the 25 and 26 budgets last year. So you're just really looking at, when you're looking at those, that's just a carry forward of last year's legislatively approved pay plan. We'll signpost those when you come across them. There's very little SGF involved. It's really just expenditure limitations for some fee boards. But that's not like a new pay plan that you're looking at there. Looking at Human Services, you have a $49 million add to 26 and a $175 million add to 27 SGF. A lot of this is in DCF, so I'm going to call out a couple of the SNAP items. The change to SNAP administrative match, $12.1 million SGF add, $12.1 million other funds reduction. That is related to the thing that we have talked to the regular LBC about, which is this possible federal provision that if your SNAP error rate is too high, you lose a portion of your federal SNAP funding for your administrative costs. There's also projects to reduce the SNAP error rate that adds $2.2 million in 26 and $1.3 million in 27. And there's also SNAP work requirements changes to SNAP and E&T program, which is $2.4 million and $3.2 million. So just SNAP has been a lot in the news, so I want to make sure I called those out. If you turn to page 5, as you can see, a lot of these are related to the waivers. For the most part, the SGF is related to the waivers. And so you have adjustments to the frail and elderly, brain injury, technology-assisted waivers, and community support waiver. And I would turn questions over that to Charday. On the Department of Health and Environment Health, you have an add of $26 million to the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP and MCHIP, and also about $1.6 million for the National Council for Prescription Drug Programs NCPDP program, which I would give that to Amanda as far as questions on that are concerned. On Larned State Hospital, you have an increase of, again, this is the contract nursing, $32 million, and you'll see one for Osawatomie State Hospital as well. And this is, I think this is a partial answer to the question we've been talking about the South Central Mental Health Hospital. So if you look on page 6, this is first-year hospital operations put in as an enhancement of $30 million, which of course is less than the total that we had been talking about previously. So I really think you're looking at a lot of opening costs that are associated with that, and we'll break those out for you and do some more detail when we get to that budget. If you look at public safety, you're adding about $500,000 to 26 and about $85.2 million to FY27. You have an add for disaster funding inside of the Adjutant General's department. So there's a delete for disaster funding in 26 and an add in 27. If you look at Department of Corrections, so most people who've had the Department of Corrections budgets have seen the majority of these, but I mean, community corrections add, the fully fund the service contract for food, $2.5 million. There's a healthcare services, that's the healthcare contract, $7.5 million. And there's also a couple of new items, well, semi-new items. The Hutchinson Correctional Facility debt service, so that's not debt that has already been issued. There's that original request for $450 million to revamp the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. This is the $34.5 million as if you were to bond it out over 20 years. And moving on, we have Topeka Correctional Facility work release. That would be to do some remodeling work on an existing building in order to be able to allow it to accommodate work release inmates. And in Kansas Highway Patrol, the big increase is $28.8 million in 27, and that's the KHP Salina campus relocation to Troop C and S, which has been discussed. And the rest of these requests are largely coming out of the state, well, the state highway fund indirectly is how that gets funded. And so with that, I would stand for questions on adjustments.
Questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the page 4, Department of Revenue, so the drivers and ID cards, what is that exactly? Is that so that we can give ID cards free, driver's license free? So what's the increase?
So I had a very brief conversation this morning about this item, and my understanding is that both the license plates and postage and the driver ID cards are just higher than anticipated costs for implementation on some new initiatives there. And on license plates, it was supposed to be about the cost for aluminum and postage, and on license plates, it's some of the new digital ID requirements that they're looking at.
So
it was, like I said, it was
some of the IT,
2-minute conversation that I had this morning.
Is it IT related?
I would hesitate to answer on that one until I get more details.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Vice Chair Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and actually, this is more of a comment, so you don't really need to answer it, Dylan, but going through these, we have issues about adding FTEs, we have pay parity, we have pay increases, and I would just say to be consistent of what we did last year, and have the discussion when we actually go through these items that should be global and discussed with all state employees, not just one particular agency. And so, Mr. Chairman, when the time is appropriate, I'm going to make a motion that any increase in FTEs, any increase in pay, or any increase in pay parity would be set aside from the initial budget that we're going to introduce in January and have that discussion in the Ways and Means and Appropriations process.
Other questions? Senator Clem, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dylan. I had a curiosity question. So I'm looking at the SNAP expenditures, and it looks like just to understand if my math's right, 2.1 million and 1.7 million of other funds in regards to trying to reduce errors on a credit of 12 million, where we would get a credit of 12 million. So 33% of this credit would go to, we're trying to figure out the errors and reduce the amount of errors. Is that a fair way of looking at that? Are my numbers right?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Don.
So just to, that is correct. So these would be expenditures with the goal of reducing the error rate in order to be able to restore the federal match for the administrative costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's not, I wouldn't say one credits the other, but one is spending in order to be able to try to bring that $12 million number down.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for turning the sign.
I saw it before. So on page 3, and I think you mentioned a little bit, I'm curious for bids, because it's not in there. On FY27, there's $5.6 million for holistic defense or ethical caseloads. What is that?
Certainly. So my understanding from having seen this previously is that is about reducing the number of the total caseload for public defenders by hiring additional public defenders, just to, try to bring that back into a little bit more balance according to the agency.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Other questions? See, and Don, I going back to these tags, I mean, we've been mailing these tags out for a number of years. $4 million all of a sudden this year, more? What? I'd like to have more information on it. I mean, it just looks
Mr. Chairman, I've already
ridiculous to
requested
me.
additional information.
I mean,
on
it's,
this one.
also, on this SNAP, all this stuff on SNAP, do we know, that's a self-reporting deal, is that right?
So I would not describe it as a self-reporting issue. So the question is, are there errors in the collection of information? Okay, and there's a large amount of information that is collected for SNAP recipients. Is there any errors in that information regarding the distribution of benefits, okay, or people receiving benefits that shouldn't have, or people not receiving benefits that should have received benefits? And so if there's any error in there, then that creates a error that has to be reported to the federal government. And so that is the error rate. So it's the collection of that data on SNAP recipients.
So that's why they don't want to give this, the governor doesn't want to give this report out, is because too many errors? I mean,
I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. Well, it just seems to me like, I looked at some numbers prior to COVID, and at COVID, how this thing turned, and the increase was tremendous. I think Kansas was up like 23% in 1 year. And I don't know, the reason I'm bringing this up and asking, are them numbers you can get for us?
Absolutely, sir. So if you want to know the total number of SNAP recipients, like that sort of
Right.
generalized,
Yeah, like
holistic data,
how
that is
many
the kind of data that we can absolutely get you. If you want to know total spend kind of data, that is information we can share.
Because, we look at the population of Kansas, and it hasn't changed much.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, all these numbers keep growing and growing and growing. It's like, what's going on?
Yes, sir. We can get that information for you, as well as a review of any possible changes during the COVID period on SNAP guidelines.
If you could get us some more information on it, I think there's just a lot of questions, and you start reading through this, and you look at it, and you think, well, what are we hiding here, So, other questions? Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dylan. Regarding that SNAP application, it's like 30-some pages long. It's a long document. If there is one error, is it considered not
That is a
valid?
reportable event.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How will we report SNAP in terms of people that are not receiving their payments? Because as of November the 1st, because of the shutdown, that created a real problem. So when we're talking about the error rate, that's one thing. But what happens if they didn't get their payment on whatever day they were supposed to get it, however long it goes? How are we as a state going to handle making back pay, or will they not allow us? No, well, they have to by law. But how will we handle that so that we are taking care of those people that are not getting their payment at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. It's probably more appropriate for the agency as far as how they're going to implement that sort of payment of back benefits. Yeah, I would have to defer to the agency on that item as far as an executive branch implementation of that fix.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan, I had a question. I was hoping you could clarify on page 6 under Public Safety, the Kansas Highway Patrol. It says Salina Campus relocation of Troop C and S. Does that not include Troop J? Could you clarify if Troop J was, perhaps that's an error, or if they're not included?
I'll verify that one way or the other. These are the short titles out of the budget system. They could have just omitted that for space. So I'll find out.
Other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, Dylan, on when you look at other funds, like on School of the Blind, School of Deaf, where does those other funds come from?
Certainly. There's various special revenue funds and stuff like that, or federal funds that are inside the schools for the blind and deaf that is referring to.
Okay.
And we'll have some more detail for this afternoon when we present one of those schools' budgets,
Thank you.
the blind specifically.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Dylan.
You're welcome. We have the budget summaries back here. I didn't know. I guess I'll defer to the will of the committee, but we'll need a few minutes to pass those out. Get that ready.
That'd be fine. We might take a 10-minute break, let everyone use the washroom. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back. So we'll recess for 15 minutes. Voucher, if you'd sign that and bring it up, please, I'd appreciate it. We'll call our meeting back to order. Next, we'll have the agency budget presentations. First off, we'll start out with the Kansas Public Employee Retirement System. Stephen Wu.
Good morning, committee. Stephen Wu, Legislative Research. So look for the document with capers up at the top. All these documents will follow a similar format. Want to give some brief remarks up front. This format it'll be new to the entire committee because we've rearranged how we've done the budget summary this year. What is included in this document is you'll see information relating to the past 2 years of actuals, so 24 and 25. You'll see the amounts approved by the legislature last year, so that's 26 approved, and you'll see the agency's request. The request for 26 and fiscal year 26 and 27. All the budgets you'll hear today are have incorporated technical corrections by the division of the budget, so they are as close to final as we can make it. That said, the final publication may have some slight differences as we finalize the entire document as a publication as a whole. So part of why we put capers up front is because their budget for this year is relatively stable, no significantly new expenditures year to year. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to walk the committee through the what is included in the document using the capers budget as that example. So for the first page, this executive summary, you'll see this on page 1. So what this is a high-level summary of what the agency does, some relevant data points by fiscal year inversion, so approved, actuals, the agency request, as well as the share of the agency requested expenditures for fiscal year 26. That's what these pie charts at the bottom represent. The one on the left represents the agency's share of total SGF expenditures in the entire agency request statewide for 26. And the one on the right represents all funds. For the vast majority of agencies, they'll comprise a relatively small amount of the entire statewide budget. For capers, it's 0% of the SGF budget. They don't have any SGF dollars. And for all funds, it's less than 1% of the overall state budget. Those dollars will largely be concentrated in a smaller handful of agencies. But by and large, most agencies you'll see a relatively small slice of the pie. Additionally, what you'll see in some agencies is that if an agency does take up a share of this pie, they will appear as a sliver of solid green. That is, you don't see it here because the capers budget constitutes such a small amount of the overall statewide budget. The shaded portion in green represents the remainder of that function of government. So for capers, which is within the general government, function of government, that entire function is incorporated into that shaded green in that pie. So for capers, this document just up front for committee members who are new to this budget, it reflects the cost of operating and administering the capers system. It doesn't reflect costs and dollars related to employer contributions or employee benefits. Those dollars are spread across other state agency budgets, and we don't include them here because that would be, we don't include them here out of concerns of double counting those numbers. So you'll see those numbers distributed out in other agencies. If we'll turn the page to page 2. This is a new section we are piloting this year. We have named it Budget and Policy Snapshot. The intent of this is to provide a selection of items in the agency's request. So this will often include supplemental enhancement requests, adjustments related to reappropriations, language-only policy items, and perhaps some other federal or state policy changes that have budgetary implications. For capers here, like I mentioned up top, their items in their budget are fairly routine. I included these here just as an example of what it would look like. I'll touch on these items for capers specifically later on in the document. If you'll turn the page to page 3, this begins a series of tables you'll see representing the agency's budget in a variety of ways. So within the summary of expenditures, up at the top, you'll see a 10-year expenditure history. This is just a line chart charting the overall expenses between SGF and all funds. Capers doesn't have any SGF expenditures, so that line is at the bottom at 0. Their all funds number you'll see in that line trending upward. The table at the bottom represent just the number form of the information represented up top. You'll notice we kept the CPIU change column to the very right. Wanted to call out for this agency. Up until the fall consensus revenue estimates are completed, you'll see zeros for 25, 26, and 27. After CREs are completed, we'll add those numbers in. So for CAPERS, you'll see a steady trend upwards in their budget. This is largely due to two reasons. One, it is due to investment-related expenses within the agency. It's also due to a modernization project that you'll see in the agency's budget. But if you remove those, the CAPERS budget remains relatively stable year to year. You'll see that for the past at least 10 years or so, they've been just under 99, 98 FTE positions, and they've been at that number for quite some time. So turning the page 4, you'll see this begins some expenditure representations of expenditure data. So up at the top, you'll see a line chart representing expenditures by major purpose. These are the large buckets of state expenditures. So state operations, these are your salaries and wages, your contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay. You also see lines for state aid to local units of government, other assistance, as well as capital budget and debt. This is just capital improvements and debt service combined into a line. CAPERS doesn't have any of those major purpose items, other than state operations, which is what you'll see in the line above. The table below is just the numerical form of that. It breaks it out a little bit further into those categories of expenditure, so you can see how much salaries and wages they have budgeted and they have spent in the past couple of years. Contractual services, same with commodities, capital outlay, and so on. So in terms of formatting, some new items you'll see on these tables is not only those additional years of actuals that I mentioned up top. You'll see 24 actuals on the very second to the very left. You also see a column that's titled Fiscal Year 26 Agency Percentage of Total. We added this as a means of, we add this as a means of visually representing how much of an agency's budget goes towards a given category, a given item, so that when the committee has its discussions on budget recommendations, it can better focus its time on the areas with the largest budgetary impact. So what does that mean for CAPERS? Well, for CAPERS budget, the vast majority of their budget is for contractual services, 70 to 80% of it. These are largely dollars for investment managers. Some of these dollars for CAPERS in recent years have been for the pension administration system modernization. The remainder of their expenses are mostly for salaries and wages, with a little bit in commodities and capital outlay. If you'll flip the page over, you'll see a page-long table titled State Operations. These are expenditures by classification. These tables go one level deeper. It's a deeper dive into each of these categories of expenditure. So for major operations, for state operations, you'll see those categories up at the top. So salaries and wages, contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay. We've included the family of expenditures under each of those major categories and the numbers associated with it for the budget to give a bit more granular of a look at how the agency's budget is distributed and categorized. So like we saw in the previous page with the majority of the CAPERS expenditures in in contractual services, you see that reflected here under in the fees for professional services line. That's where the majority of their budget is allocated. So this offers a bit more granular look at each of these major buckets. Normally, if an agency has other major purpose expenditures, so state aid to local units of government or other assistance or capital improvements, debt service, you'll see similar tables in the next few pages. CAPERS does not, so we omitted those tables from this report. So instead, if you'll turn to page 6, you'll see expenditures and FTE positions by program. This is yet another way of looking at the agency's budget. This instead represented by programmatic units within the agency. So CAPERS is organized generally under general operations and investment-related expenses. Under general operations, you see dollars sort of broken out underneath there. Like we mentioned at when we covered that 10-year table a few pages ago, most of CAPERS core operations are concentrated within that administration line. You'll see that that number remains fairly stable year to year. We see a slight increase at the end as the agency is working on its modernization project and has to allocate some more staff to account for that. Flipping it page over to page 7, this table represents expenditures by fund. For Capers, it's fairly simple. It's primarily the Capers Trust Fund that funds its main operations. It has some small special revenue funds underneath it that we've included in this as well. And for the committee's reference, I've also just included some background information on the Capers Trust Fund, where dollars come from, how much has been allocated to it in recent years. This will be similar to information that the budget committees have been seeing for the past couple of years. If we flip the page to page 8, this begins the actual fiscal year analysis. We'll start with 26 and we'll move on to 27. The table up at the top should be fairly similar to the tables that we've used in previous years. It's structured as a ledger style table. So at the top, we start with the amount that the legislature approved for the agency for fiscal year 26. And then as we go down on each of those items, we represent those changes in those numbered items. So for Capers, we see that the legislature approved roughly 93 million in expenditures for the agency's budget. Doesn't have any reappropriations, and Capers does not have any supplemental requests. So the first numbered item we see is that pension administration system modernization, excuse me. You'll see an increase here of just under $1 million. This is from the trust fund. Just for some background information, Capers is in the middle of modernizing its administration system. This is just their internal IT system that administers employee benefits. There's also a way for employers to interface with it as well. For the past couple of years, Capers has been preparing to modernize the system. They signed with Tegrit Software Solutions, I think in 2024, and for the past year or so, they've been in the first year of execution of this contract. And so it's a 5-year process. You see the overall timeline is broken out into phases. If you flip the page to page 9 up at the top, they've completed the first 2 phases, planning and setup. Capers is currently in the implementation phase, which is a 60-month implementation, and will constitute the lion's share of the work for modernizing the system. So what does that mean for its budget? We see that the Capers anticipates its budget increasing slightly over time as the modernization project progresses, and then until it's finally completed in 29 or 30, where we'll see those dollars sort of taper off some. Moving on to item number 3, investment-related expenses. So like I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, these are fees paid to fund managers and consultants with Capers. These fees are largely based on the size of the portfolio. So as the portfolio grows, so too do these fees. And so they track a similar growth, so we see these expenditures increase over time. In the past couple of months, the overall Capers portfolio has exceeded 30 billion in assets, and so this part of that is represented in these fees that are being paid out. And lastly, we see some changes with some general operations. I listed these here. These are changes at the bottom of page 9, on the top of page 10. These are just some changes in their deferred compensation operations, death and disability benefits, as well as their administrative costs for administering the Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Fund. Now, Mr. Chair, at this point, I would be happy to answer questions, but if you and the committee are comfortable with it, I would suggest moving on to fiscal year 27. Many of the items are very similar to 26.
Yeah, I'd be fine. Just go ahead and do 27, then we'll do questions.
If you flip the page to page 11, you'll see the 27 analysis. A lot of these words will look very similar. The major changes to Capers' budget relative to the amount that was approved for 26 are for the modernization of the pension administration system, therefore increases in investment manager fees, and therefore changes in general operations, the same programs as before, so deferred compensation, Treasurer's unclaimed property, and other operational costs. So all in all, this totals to about little over $99 million in expenditures for the Capers budget for fiscal year 27. The vast majority of it comes from the trust fund, about 97 million of it. So with that, Mr. Chair, we'd be happy to answer any questions either on the Capers budget specifically or on how information is laid out in this document.
Thank you, Stephen. Questions? Oh, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 7, you list the borrowing that the legislature has done over the past 21 years. My question would be the 2004 bond, $500 million. I guess I was under the impression we usually borrow it for 20 years. Is this a 30-year bond, or why is it still here?
So I included it here as a representation of the, every once in a while, we engage in discussion on bonds that have revenue bonds that have revenue bonds for dollars to be applied to the CAPERS system overall. So I included them here out of, to be comprehensive about it. I need to double check the payoff date on it. I believe it is, I want to say it's 30 years, but let me verify that and get back to you on that. I have the date on my computer.
That might be beneficial to the legislature to know the payoff date, the balance, and if any of these are callable or not. I don't think any of them are. I think we've talked about this in the past.
No, none of these are, let me see. None of these are callable without, let me see. None of these are callable without paying a percentage more, taking a penalty on it.
Right, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, if you'd like to proceed, Stephen. Did you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the State Board of Regents, Dayton.
Hello again, Chair, members of the committee. Dayton Lemunion, Principal Fiscal Analyst for Legislative Research. I'll be presenting the Board of Regents, which you should have in front of you. Stephen, I think, has done a nice job walking through the structure of the document, and there is a lot of information to go through. I'll turn your attention to page 4 and hit some of the highlights for this budget in particular. Looking down at the table on the bottom half of the page, I would note that state aid and assistance accounts for 97% of the Board of Regents budget for 26. These are mostly scholarships and transfers to the public educational institutions. Turning to page 5, I would draw your attention to the contractual services category and fees professional. While this is 0.2% of the budget, I did want to note that there's a larger increase between the 24 actuals and 25 actuals, from 496,000 to 1.2 million. That's primarily funding for the blueprint of blueprint for literacy. So that funding was first expended mostly in 25, and then you'll see a drop off in 27 as there was not an appropriation for the blueprint for that year. Turning to the next page, page 6. As I noted, state aid is one of the larger categories of expenditure. State aid for the Board of Regents represents transfers to the public universities, the two-year colleges, and independent colleges where applicable. Most of this funding that you see here, the 71.6%, most of that's for CTE, SB 155, and tiered and non-tiered funding. Moving to other assistance, you'll see 24.5% of this funding is scholarships and grants, which are scholarships that go out from the Board of Regents. For this, I would note in 26 you see a decrease there, and that's primarily that those scholarships have been transferred out for 2026 already. And then finally, capital budget and debt. The capital budget and debt funding for the Board of Regents is from the Educational Building Fund and from the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, which I'll detail later. Turning to page 7, these are the expenditures by program. The post-secondary education, those are the aid for the public institutions, and then student financial assistance are the scholarships. Finally, FTE by program on that page. The agency has 58, which were filled at the time of their budget submission. And the 58 are in the administration program, but they serve the remainder of the programs. Turning to page 8. Lots of information on this page. I'll hit a couple of the highlights and happy to take questions as they arise. If you're looking at the fiscal 2026 agency percent of total, if you move down to the 10.3% of the budget is for the comprehensive grant. Moving further down to 22.4, non-tiered, and down to the 16.9 for tiered, and 12 for tuition for tech ed. So just noting some of the larger buckets in the Board of Regents. And then the final thing I would note is if you move down below SGF to EDIF, you'll see that there's no longer EDIF funding in the Board of Regents, which was a change from last year. And I'd be happy to stand for questions or move on to the fiscal year 26 analysis.
If you want to go ahead and do 26's date, and then we'll take questions.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you'll all turn to page 9 then. As Stephen noted, this shows kind of the change in the budget from the amount approved by the legislature last year. So at a high level, there was $475 million all funds total funding for the Board of Regents. The agency's request for 2026 is $393 million. And I'll walk through some of those changes. Looking at item 1, the approved budget. This is more for your information about what was approved in last year's budget. So, for example, 2-year college apprenticeships, $14.3 million. The information I've included for each of these items is the amount that it was funded in 26, what the program is for, and whether this is the total amount of the program or not, as well as what it was first funded at. So that's similar information in case you have questions about what was done last year. I'd move next to page 10, which is the SGF reappropriations. The agency reappropriated $26 million in unspent SGF funds. I've detailed what all of those are. For the most part, they're scholarships. I draw your attention to the second bullet, the blueprint for literacy. As I mentioned, the agency did not receive a subsequent appropriation for the blueprint for literacy, so they have been spending down the original appropriation to maintain that program. So that was a planned carryover for those funds. The remainder of that page is scholarships with details, and as you have questions about specific scholarships, happy to take those now or later. But for now, I'd turn to page 11. Tuition for technical education, $358,000, still in that same bulleted list. This funding was not distributed by the end of the last fiscal year and carried over into this fiscal year, but has now been distributed. The comprehensive grant to private colleges did not meet the match requirement and returned the funding. And then the remainder of that bulleted list are scholarships. Moving on from reappropriations to item 3. The revised estimate also includes a decrease of $3.5 million from the Educational Building Fund. At their December 2024 board meeting, so last year, 11 months ago, the Board of Regents reduced the EBF allocation based on the fall consensus revenue estimates, and that was not adopted in last year's budget, so this simply reflects that updated estimate. And item 4, one of the Board of Regents' roles is to receive funding and distribute it to the universities, and that reflects as a decrease in their expenditure in the current year as it's transferred out. So for fiscal year 26, the transfers totaled $105.7 million, including $19.5 million. I've given you the breakdown for each of these. I'll hit at a high level what the transfers are. So the first one you see there, $58.5 million for the Educational Building Fund was transferred out. And I've noted there the distribution, which was based on age, complexity, and square footage of the mission-critical buildings. Turning to page 12, the next set of transfers was the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. I would note that last year the funding was $30.2 million as opposed to the $32.7 million per the statute. So here you see a transfer of $27.7 million. The remainder of the 30.2 is for Washburn and the community colleges. There's nowhere to transfer that. It's shown as an expenditure. Moving to the next item, regional growth, $12 million. The board transferred this to the 3 regional institutions. The next is the NIST playbook transfer, or the Student Success Initiative funding that was transferred to the universities, $5.2 million. Next, need-based aid, $2.3 million. And then turning to page 13, that would conclude the transfers out to the universities. The next item is the Kansas Adult Learner Grant. So this represents an increase of $1.2 million for the fund, for a total of $2.2 million in expenditures in fiscal year 26. The increase is attributable to a carry-forward balance of $1.2. That's largely due to when the program was authorized versus when the program was actually stood up. There were unspent funds that have reappropriated. And I've noted that that program is funded with an annual transfer of $1 million into the fund from the SGF. And then finally, there are other adjustments totaling $16,000. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on 26.
Why don't you go ahead and do 27s, and then we'll
Okay.
do questions.
Turning to page 14 then. Again, at a high level, the agency was approved for $475.2 million in fiscal year 2026. And their total request for this fiscal year, for fiscal year 2027 rather, is $457.5 million, so a decrease of about $20 million. As we sort of discussed earlier, some of the items were considered one-time and removed from the allocation, which you can see there in item 1. As I noted, and just to clarify, those were misunderstandings about what one-time is, so work to clarify those this year. I have categorized them. The first 2 bullets there, the 2-year college student success and the NIST playbooks, those are requested as enhancements this year. So if you adopt the budget, those would remain funded. The next item, the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, 2-year college apprenticeships, tech college operating grant, 2-year community college capital outlay aid, and ethnic minority scholarship program are not requested, so those would not be funded if you adopt the agency's request. And then the final item, the regional growth and development funding of $12 million is no longer in the board's budget as it's been transferred permanently to the regional universities' budgets. Moving to item 2, the agency has an enhancement request for energy development projects at KU, K-State, and Wichita State. This represents a $15 million increase. The first is for the University of Kansas Center for Energy Production, $5 million. This would be used to create the Kansas Center for Energy Production, which would analyze the state's energy potential, develop and utilize pathways with the greatest economic impact, and partner with the Departments of Defense and Energy, as well as the industry partners, to attract money for energy development and technology integration. The next item, at K-State, a nuclear research accelerator. And I would note that the K-State and WSU funding would be requested as ongoing. I've reached out for clarification as to whether the KU funding will be one-time or ongoing, and I'll have that clarification at a later date. But the Kansas State Nuclear Research Accelerator, the funding would be used to develop facilities for lab-based courses and nuclear energy research. The program would collaborate with Kansas-based nuclear sector employers to provide hands-on learning, and the funding would support cluster hiring of 12 research and teaching faculty, support staff, and facility and infrastructure needs related to the program. And the final bit of that request, Wichita State, alternative energy sources. The agency requests, again, ongoing funding to implement a future energy program to support changes in aerospace and automotive propulsion and battery technologies. The funding would support the renovation and equipping of multiple bays that can support the engine installation, system development, verification, and component qualification. Students would be overseen by subject matter experts. So I'm happy to take questions on that. I'm not sure that I could answer all of those at the appropriate time, but I can bring them back to you. So moving on to their next set of enhancement requests, item 3 and 4. These are both requests for the Student Success Initiative or NIST Playbook funding. So the request is to continue the $10.5 million state general fund for the state universities and Washington, or Washburn, and $5.8 million SGF for the 2-year colleges. And I've provided some details there. The university program was originally funded at $8.5 million, and last year was funded at $5.8. So this would continue at level funding. And then for the 2-year colleges, it was funded at $17.5 and then $10.5. So this would, again, be level funding. And then the next 2 paragraphs provide detail on what the board has provided as accomplishments for those programs. Turning to item 5 on page 16, the agency requests $5.5 million SGF to continue funding the Blueprint for Literacy program. Noted there, they were originally appropriated $10 million for fiscal year 2025. No additional funding was appropriated for 2026, so they are spending down the remaining $6.2 million from the original $10 million appropriation. The program was created by 2024 SB 438, and I've included the initiatives of the program there. Next, item 6, the agency requests $2 million SGF for the Kansans with some college, no degree. The funding, the purpose of the funding is to re-enroll residents with some college education but no degree. The funding would be used to collaborate with the higher education system and a partner organization to deliver a solution to re-enroll residents and to increase utilization of existing programs. Turning to page 17, I want to note there's a clerical error on this page. I'm going to talk about item 8 now, which is an enhancement request. Item 8 is an enhancement request for the regional growth and development for Washburn. So this request is for $1.5 million SGF to provide regional growth and development funding for Washburn University. And then going back to item 7, the agency, these are other changes in the budget, non-enhancement requests. The agency request includes a reduction of $6 million in EBF transfers. As you all will recall from last session, SB 35 eliminated the mill levy to the EBF and funded that with a state general fund transfer. So this reduction would set the EBF amount to the amount of that SGF transfer. So it would be aligning it with the statute. And then item 9, the agency's request includes the SGF transfer of $32.7 million for the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. So that would be the SGF transfer contemplated by that statute. And then finally, item 10, all other adjustments. The agency request includes other adjustments, which result in an increase of about $400,000, including $36,000 SGF, including software rental, state building operating charge, dues, memberships and subscriptions, and meals and lodging. Finally, on page 18, what you see on this page is a table of the scholarships that are funded through the Board of Regents. What I want to note on this page is that the agency's request does include appropriations for fiscal year 2028. So most agencies are only submitting budgets for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. But historically, the Board of Regents has received an out-year appropriation for the scholarship. The agency states that it is helpful for their planning purposes. So the request is to continue the $71.6 million requested in fiscal year 27 into fiscal year 2028 as well. So I wanted to note that is currently part of the agency request. So if there were no changes to the budget, it would proceed as being funded. It's a little different from other agencies, so just wanted to point that out. And then finally, the remainder is more information on scholarships with 10-year tables of historical funding. And now I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Dayton. Questions? Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Dayton. So going back to the reappropriations that we have into fiscal year 2026, I mean, just by a rough count, I have about $32 million that is reappropriated in regards to deferred maintenance or capital improvements. I took out the cancer center at the University of Kansas Health System, and they're wanting the restoration of the bill for the Kansas Campus Restoration Act of $32.7 million. Do we have any idea what some of these capital improvements are? Because the notation that is on here for some of these is very vague. I mean, it's like funds to repair and renovate aging university buildings. So can we get a detailed list of what each university is planning to do with the almost $32 million that's being reappropriated into the current fiscal year?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I can provide to you what was provided to the Joint Building Committee. I think they've got some detailed information there that might answer your question.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful for Chairman Howe's committee as well when they're going through that amount, and especially the $32.7 million that they're asking for. And then, now I know that the Speaker Pro Tem's office had been working on some items, and namely some of the items that were spent, and these go back to fiscal year 2024, are questionable. And again, I think this would be under the direction of Chairman Howe on how we're going to address these. But this is pretty much just going to be a statement on some money that was spent through the Kansas Board of Regents on some items that I would think that the Kansas Board of Regents needs to enlighten us as to exactly why the institutions decided to spend some of this money and where the money actually derived from. And here's just a few of those: $9,800 to tour guides in the Dominican Republic, $17,000 for Sleep Stories consultant, $98,000 to revitalize municipal downtowns in the state of Colorado, $27,500 for a chauffeur service in Kansas City, $133,000 in expenditures billed to a gourmet coffee vendor with a single physical location, and $21,000 to a private movie licensing company so the entity can have a movie night. As I mentioned, these were all in fiscal year 2024, so it was money that was spent, but I'm curious to find out if the Kansas Board of Regents continues to have these expenditures in the following years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on page 15. I'm just curious, the enhancement requests concerning the energy development projects, are those consistent with our Kansas energy plan?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I couldn't say right now. That may be a question better for the agency that I can follow up on.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first question is regarding student financial aid. If I'm not mistaken, I believe in recent fiscal years, the legislature has approved additional monies for the Regent universities outside of the Kansas Comprehensive Grant Program, need-based aid. I think it was $20 million. So where is that reflected in this agency budget request or summary?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I'll have to do some research on that. I would note, and kind of back to Representative or Vice Chair Waymaster's question, this is only the Board of Regents budget, so some of these items might be in the universities themselves, but I'm happy to look into that further.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dayton. If you could provide us clarification if those are separate and in the university budgets, that would be helpful to know. I think it would be helpful to know the global view of what we're doing with student financial aid. In addition, on page 16, item number 6, Kansas with some college, no degree. I believe we had a joint committee meeting last year between the House and Senate about this kind of proposal. My question is, are any regional universities using this type of an approach? And if so, what are the results? I believe a regional university has used this. So thank you.
Thank you. Noted. I'll get back to you.
Other questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I don't see, and I'm just asking, it was a question that I asked last year about DEI, and part of it was no one would be losing their position. I don't see if the money is here. I don't know if they've lost their positions, or is there a place here that it's addressed that I did not see?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I did not see any reference to any DEI adjustments in this year's budget. I have not yet analyzed the university budgets, so if I recall, in the past, money was removed from the universities until it was certified that they'd eliminated those provisions. So I couldn't speak with certainty, but I think that would maybe be more in the university budgets.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be asking that question again.
Other questions? Seeing none, Damon, I just want to point out too that when we were discussing the Restoration Act, you know, that's a 6-year program that was passed, and their universities are also required to match on these funds. And I don't know if, especially new members of the committee here probably don't know that, but the universities come up with a match. So it's, is it 2 to 1? I'd have to.
Mr. Chair, if you turn to page 17, I have some detail on that. It does require a dollar-for-dollar match using non-state monies, but the coordinated institutions don't require that match. And the match, I believe, is also not required if they're demolishing a building. So there's some nuance there, but there's information on that page.
And another point on that is, you know, that they've been raising funds for these matches, and they have these funds, and they tell people we're going to do this, and then, you know, if we don't fund it, then it's pretty hard to raise funds the next time you go around. So just a little information for new members. Any other questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just one other piece of information for the committee members. Inflation from 2018 to 2025 was 29%. 10-year change of SGF spending to the Board of Regents was just shy of 80%. Let's keep that in mind as we go forward. Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 14, this caught my eye on the Campus Restoration Act transfers. There's $5 million from water supply storage debt payment from Milford and Prairie Reservoir. I guess I'm just wanting to say I'm disappointed we took this kind of money and put it into this area when I spent all day yesterday on how much money we need on water issues in this state. So I was kind of disappointed why that was taken out of that, put into this. Just wondered who decided that and how did that work?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I couldn't answer that. The information I can give you is that was a one-time adjustment for 2026, so that would not carry forward into the 2027 budget. That's the only information I could provide. I couldn't speak to why it was done or those questions.
Thank you. That's
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Damien, or Dayton, excuse me. Okay, next we'll have the School of the Blind, Jennifer Light. Jennifer, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Jennifer Light. I'm here today to talk about the Kansas State School for the Blind. John Harding, the superintendent for the school district, for the school, is in the audience behind me. So If you have questions, we can phone a friend. The Kansas State School for the Blind is an accredited elementary and high school serving as the center of education for Kansas children who are either blind or visually impaired. In addition to on-campus direct services, they have an extensive outreach program that includes providing direct support in public schools. As we've talked about with the other agencies, you can see on page 1 that the Kansas State School for the Blind is less than 1% of the SGF amounts and less than 1% for all funds. On page 3 is the 10-year expenditures, and page 4 is the expenditures by major purpose. I do want to highlight that salaries and wages is 63.8% of the agency's request for fiscal year 26, whereas capital improvements are 21.5% of the total request. On pages 8 and 9 is the general fee fund and the agency's fees. If we don't have any questions on any of the tables, I'd be happy to go ahead and start the fiscal year 26 analysis.
Go ahead and do 27 also.
Fiscal year 2026 analysis starts on page 10. So as with the other agencies, we start with the approved budget from 2025, Senate Bill 125. This is 8.3 million SGF and 14.2 million all funds. This does include the 1.5% SGF lapse, as well as money for a new campus service gas line and money to abate hazardous material. There were no reappropriations or supplemental requests from the agency in 2026. So moving to other changes, there is a cost-neutral switch within salaries and wages and contractual services. It will have no impact on the total expenditures. The agency indicates they have hired a speech-language pathologist and a nurse as regular unclassified employees, and therefore decrease their contractual services that they were using accordingly. Bottom of page 10, you can see that all other adjustments for 26 is a decrease of $450, all in federal funding, which is mainly due to the changes in the special education funding, and it's been mainly offset by increases in other federal funding. So for the total for fiscal year 2026, the SGF is 8.3 million, with all funds being 14.2 million. Happy to stand for questions on 26 or move to 27.
I think we'll just go ahead and move 27, and then we'll take questions.
Top of page 11 starts fiscal year 2027 analysis. We did remove one-time adjustments from the 2027 amount. These expenditures include 2 capital improvement projects, which will be completed in 2026, which is the replacement of a gas line on the campus and the abatement of asbestos in utility tunnels. This leaves us with a starting approved budget of 8.3 million with all funds of 13.8 million. They do have 2 enhancement requests in fiscal year 2027. The first is for a roof replacement on the Edlin dorm and dining hall. This is just over 718,000 SIBF money. The agency indicates that the roofs are 30 years old and are suffering leaks and related damage. Additionally, the agency has requested an additional just over $87,000 SIBF funding for capital improvement, rehab, and repair. This would bring the amount up to just under 960,000 SIBF, and this is to account for the inflation within the capital improvement projects they are currently dealing with. Top of page 12 starts the other changes section. There is an increase in salaries and wages of just over $441,000, including just over $300,000 SGF. The majority of this increase is due to the updated teacher salary schedules for the USD 233 for school year 2025-2026. Based on statute, each person employed by the agency as a teacher or licensed personnel during the school year must be paid at least as much as a teacher or licensed staff within a similar education and experience who works for the Olathe School District based on their pay rates from the previous school year. They also include a request to purchase a new car, $100,000 all from their fee funds. The agency currently has 11 cars in their fleet and anticipates that one of these cars will have over 100,000 miles on it in fiscal year 2027, and they are looking to buy a car that is wheelchair accessible to help convey students to appointments and extracurricular activities due to the fact that they have an increase in students in wheelchairs attending the school. Item number 6, absent the capital improvements enhancement request, the agency's request includes an increase of just over $202,000 SIBF for their 3 standard maintenance, rehab, and repair areas. This is the safety and security school systems on the campus, the HVAC systems maintenance and repair, and then their general rehab and repair capital improvements. Finally, item 7 is all other adjustments. There's an additional just over $142,000 all funds for fiscal year 26 or 27. This includes increases in contractual services and capital outlay, including building space rental and rental of passenger cars, and increases in capital outlay for information processing equipment and software. This brings the total amount for fiscal year 2027 to 8.6 million SGF and 15.4 million all funds. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions on the School for the Blind.
Thank you, Jennifer. Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier, I had made the comment that when the time is appropriate, that I'd be making a motion in regards to pay increases, pay parity, and FTEs. However, I wanted the staff to remind me whenever that moment happens to exclude the Kansas State School for the Blind and the Deaf because of the statutory requirements for those schools to be aligned with USD 233. So whenever I make that motion, please remind me to have the exception for the School for the Blind. My next question is, and I know it's coming from fee funds, it's not from State General Fund, and actually we're looking and it says that the vehicle will have over 100,000 miles in fiscal year 2027. Is this a retrofitted wheelchair accessible minivan that they're wanting to purchase? Or like a Sprinter, or do they know what kind of vehicle they're looking at getting?
Mr. Chair, I don't have that information currently, but I'd be happy to get back to you about specifics on the car.
Okay. Well, I'm just, $100,000 sticks out as, I mean, even when you retrofit a minivan to be wheelchair accessible, it would not exceed $100,000. So I would like some more questions on that. And then my next question is, they have 11 cars in their fleet, but then yet they're spending $70,000 on rental of passenger cars in state. So I'd kind of like more information on, if we have 11 vehicles in the fleet for the School of the Blind, why are we spending $70,000 a year for rental? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Just a comment on page 12, number 6, capital improvement increase. When they get talking about the HVAC system maintenance and window replacement, that puts a smile on my face because that's energy efficiency, will save us long term. I've been on this campus and I'm happy that they're doing this. So I just want to say that.
Other questions? Representative Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jennifer, I don't know if you'd had the answer, but I know you said the super was in the room, so I thought I'd bring up the 1.5% SGF lapse and then the lack of it in the other changes enhancement requests. Because given that, I'm to assume that the 124,566 has been absorbed. And I thought I'd just use this opportunity to allow comment, if that would be okay with the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is the 1.5% lapse has been absorbed within their existing resources, and they are not requesting that be returned at this time. I'm happy to get more information on that specifically for you.
Thank you. Other
Chair,
questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh, Representative Osley.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The SIBF, if I'm remembering that acronym correctly, do we know the status of that fund?
Mr. Chair, I do not have the totals for the SIBF fund up here currently, but we'd be happy to get that for the entire committee.
Okay, I think that's useful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification. I see where you're requesting it for a roof repair in the dorm, and you say it's 30 years old. Is just to help your case a little bit, is there anything to say what's the life of a roof?
Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, I don't know the lifetime of the roof, but I'd be happy to get some information on that and get that to the committee as well.
I just know often, I mean, only because we recently had our house with a new roof, and they indicated it's anywhere between 18 and 20 good years. So 30 years seems that, and especially when you consider it's an institution and what you have, I would say we really should be looking at replacing that roof. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Other questions for Jennifer? Seeing none. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we'll have the Office of Child Advocate, Amanda Prosser. Welcome, committee, Amanda.
Hello, Chair and Committee. My name is Amanda Prosser, as he alluded, Fiscal Analyst with Legislative Research. Today I'll be presenting the budget request made by the Office for the Child Advocate. This is the agency that was originally established by an executive order back in October of 21 as a division within D of A's Office of Public Advocate. And then the 2024 legislature passed the Child Advocate Act, which created this as a standalone agency. Carrie Lawnard is the office's acting child advocate. This role is ultimately an individual that will be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate to serve a 5-year term. In addition to her role as the advocate, the agency employs 5 investigators and 1 administrative position. At the start of the session, the office will issue their formal annual report, but for perspective, last week Ms. Lawnard testified at the Joint Committee on Child Welfare Oversight. In her testimony then, she described that the office received just under 300 complaints in the current calendar year, and her testimony describes that the agency conduct is the #1 complaint. And so I'm here to present the budget today, but I'm sure she'd appreciate the ear of any of you in learning more about what her office does. I'm sure you're very familiar with the document in front of you. And as you can tell, the numbers in the document really correlate with one another. I think it's most helpful, though, for this one to go ahead and jump to page 6, where you're looking at the current year analysis. Cut to it. So if you're on page 6 and you're looking at that table, line 1 shows you that last session they were approved for $745,000. The text below describes how this includes both approval of an enhancement request for 2 additional investigators, which is now in that total of the 7 FTE. It also includes the approved pay plan that was approved by the legislature, and then also the lapse of the 1.5% of SGF operating costs. Line 2 in that table shows you that the agency request includes about $120,000 that was unspent in fiscal year 25 and carried forward into state fiscal year 26. And of that amount, 1.5% was also statutorily required to be lapsed. The text below provides a little bit more context on that reappropriation. Primarily, that last line, I think on page 6, describes how the agency indicated that the primary reason for that reappropriation was that the investigator position was held open and they didn't finalize their new case management system until the final month of that fiscal year. That's kind of what my colleague Stephen Wu was describing when he was talking about the buckets of reappropriation and why we might have that. If you flip to the next page, which is page 7, it does describe item 4 in the table. That's the all other adjustments line, and you can read about how the agency intends to spend the reappropriations I just described. This includes paying for a statutorily required salary increase and budgeting more for rent as they anticipate moving from the 10th floor of the Land and State Office Building to the 4th floor. All of that being said, though, with reappropriations being included in the approved amount, the agency has no additional requests for funds in the current year. If you move forward to the last page, page 8, you're going to see a very similar table, and this is presenting you the budget analysis for the budget year 2027. At the top of the table, again, you can see the amount that the legislature approved for the agency in fiscal year 26. And then on line 1, you can see that the agency is submitting 1 enhancement request. The text below describes that request, and in a nutshell, the agency is seeking to address their underestimation of related business expenses that come with the hiring of the 2 FTE that were approved last session. So for perspective, last session, that approval of the 2 FTE for 26 was for $200,000, and only 20% of that was for the business operating expenditures related to that hiring. Pair that being a newer agency, learning all about the costs that come from being an independent agency as opposed to being an office that's housed under a larger agency. You can imagine that there's costs that weren't maybe initially accounted for. And in fiscal year 26, they had the reappropriations to help cover some of those costs, and they don't expect to see that money in 27. So what you're seeing in this table is that they're asking for an enhancement request to help that within their operating budget. The enhancement is divided into 3 categories, which are detailed in the text below. This includes professional fees, which the agency indicates is where they budget the cost of their case management system and translation services. You can see that the enhancement request also includes an increase in building rent as they're planning to move, and then also this other contractual services line, which is used for a variety of things that's listed there. Lastly, in the table, lines 2 and 3 are showing some smaller adjustments. Line 2 is reflecting changes in the cost indices of employee benefits. And then line 3 is showing that a part of some other minor adjustments within various cost categories. There's no net change between the agency's request for 27 and the amount they're approved for 26. And with that, Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Amanda? Not
I
seeing.
feel so lucky right now. I should go to the lottery.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, we'll have the Department of Revenue, Jacob Cleesby. Is that close?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jacob Clespy, and I am the KLRD Fiscal Analyst assigned to the Department of Revenue. In front of you, you will have a budget report for the Department of Revenue. Page 1 details expenditures by fiscal year and version and the agency requests as part of the statewide total. To begin, I will direct your attention to page 4, which categorizes the agency expenditures by category. Under state operations, the agency's expenditures are broken down to 62.2% being dedicated to salaries and wages, 29% dedicated to contractual services, 5.5% being dedicated towards commodities, and 0.5% dedicated towards capital outlay, with an additional 2.8% dedicated to aid to locals. Page 5 displays an in-depth approach to this same information, but from there I will direct your attention to page 7, which details expenditures by program and FTE positions by program. 29% of the expenditures by program are dedicated to administration, 2.8% dedicated to aid to locals, 3% dedicated to alcoholic beverage control, 25.4% tax administration, 4% property evaluation, 35.8% motor vehicles, then amounts less than 1% dedicated to business closure rebates and license plate replacement. Continuing these same programs, the number of FTE positions divided by the agencies have 23% in administration, 3.6% in alcoholic beverage control, 36.1% tax administration, 3.8% to property evaluation, and 33.4% dedicated to motor vehicles. I will now direct your attention towards page 8, which will display expenditures by fund and a fee fund analysis of the Division of Vehicles Operating Fund, which will lead into my analysis of fiscal year 2026. Skipping ahead to the second table on page 8, which is the Division of Vehicles Operating Fund. This table displays fiscal years 2024 through 2027 with the beginning balance, revenue for each fiscal year, total amount available, expenditures, and the ending balance of each fiscal year, which does decrease for fiscal years 26 and 27 with balances of -$6 million and balances of -$13 million. But this will lead into the fiscal year 2026 analysis, but I'm happy to stand for questions if you have any or move on to 26.
Beans, we're going to negative territory here. Well, let's stop and see if there's any questions on this. Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob, what are agency earnings? And can you tell me how much is paid out to treasurers in the counties for their work on motor vehicles?
Mr. Chair, I do not have the information for the specific amount distributed to county treasurers. I can retrieve that information for you or speak to the agency and distribute that information.
That'd be great.
Representative Hoffman.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the same page there, that same table, so we've got 24 actual, 25 actual, and then 26 agency. So what would that look like with what we passed in 26?
Mr. Chair, Representative, when you mentioned what we passed in 26, are you?
Well, I mean, what we passed in 25 for fiscal year 26. I'm sorry.
So for fiscal year 2026, there is an approved amount passed, and that's what the agency is presenting now, their agency request for fiscal year 2026. If I can ask a clarifying question, when you say looks like, are you referring to then the specific amount of expenditures and what they're requesting to address these balances, or?
Well, yeah, I guess, so does this include their enhancements that they're asking for in 26?
This does.
Okay, so what would this table look like without those enhancements? I'm assuming it would be in the positive because they're asking for.
Yes,
Okay.
This would go up.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So it would be probably, any balance would probably be around $1 million or something like that.
As for the specific calculation,
That's fine, yeah.
I
But
can make
it
that.
would,
Yes.
yeah.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you, on page 4, the aid to locals, can you tell me what is the aid to locals? What is that comprised of?
So, let's see, sorry, let me skip ahead. Mr. Chair, the aid to locals is money that is distributed towards the county for a variety of programs and various funds. The largest fund this is taken from is the Special Mineral Deposits Fund. As for the specific programs, I will have to defer to the agency and retrieve that information.
Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of curious what aid we're paying to locals, especially if it doesn't include some of the motor vehicle fees and things like that that we know that they collect that are returned. If you could provide that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question might be a little off topic in terms of what has been presented here today, but I just had a recent conversation with a constituent who's involved in banking, and he had made the comment to me that it'd be nice if the Department of Revenue got into the 21st century. And he was speaking in the context of the technology that's readily available. He said too many documents need wet signatures in an e-sign world. So my question is the agency using any of its existing budget for things to update and update the technology in which liens could be, on a vehicle could be signed, or a, I guess, some other title document could be signed with an e-signature rather than a wet signature. So if you could report back, I would love to hear or learn more about what the agency is doing on that.
Mr. Chair, I actually do have an answer to that question. What the agency is doing within existing funds, they are reallocating and continuing through several contractual services to engage in technological and other forms of modernization, and one of the agency's enhancements requests is also specifically dedicated towards that same purpose.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my follow-up to that would be, does the agency not, I guess, are they saying they don't have enough resources in order to make that transformation for e-signatures? So if I don't expect you to have that answer, but if you could get us an answer, I would appreciate that. And also how much that would technically cost just for e-signatures for titles and liens and things like that. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been noticing on all of these, and I apologize, Mr. Gillespie, you are the one at the mic right now, but on page 5, and Mr. Chairman, I suppose this would be something that maybe is new for all of us, but under the commodities, it breaks out things that I don't recall ever seeing before. Maybe I just zoned out, but it's got clothing. Why would Department of Revenue buy clothing? I mean, do they have uniforms? Is this suit for the secretary? Construction materials? I don't think the Department of Revenue is building anything. I would think if they're going to build anything, they're going to hire outside contractor. Motor vehicle parts. We've got mechanics working in the Department of Revenue, working on their cars. I mean, why would the department buy the parts? I would think they would pay a mechanic, and then that should be a part of it. So it's sort of a general question for all of these, and possibly it's something that is new that our fiscal analysts are putting out, which I appreciate knowing, but some of these costs raise questions in my mind. Do you have an answer, Mr. Gillespie?
You want to address that, Jacob, or Dylan? Okay.
As for, I do not have an answer for all of these particular answers, such as clothing and construction materials. Some of these expenditures are related to some of the office modernization stuff, such as the office supplies. As for motor vehicle parts, I do know that for the vehicles that the agency has, I know they are serviced. I can check with the agency to see if that's actually parts they're purchasing themselves or just how the expenditures for that maintenance is allocated. But that would be something for as specific an answer I would have to speak to the agency.
I would appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, this is not just this agency, but several agencies. It looks like they're buying parts and then taking them to a mechanic and said, here, put these on my vehicle, which is not the way to do it.
Well, and you know, I wondered the same thing on the furniture. I mean, we're spending $300,000-$400,000 for the last couple of years for furniture. Dylan, do you have additional information?
To Senator Peck's question, I don't have details on this, but I would like to stress this is a new portion. We've received a bunch of requests last year to provide some additional detail on how agencies spend their money, and so we're trying to break out the account codes a little bit and see that these are inside of the Department of Administration's standardized account codes manual that we're seeing here. We're really early in the process. Not Jacob's fault, though, but we will have additional detail on what's in each one of these categories going forward that you should be able to get answers on.
Yeah, and thank you, Darlene, because we have been asking for this additional type information, and they've initiated that, so. Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to layer onto that comment, with 90% of the cost in a other category, it'd be nice to see the detail of that. I'm assuming those are all smaller categories compared to what we're seeing, but with 90% falling into the other category, it'd be a helpful look. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, it just the more information we have, the better decisions we can make. And I think that I thank staff for adding this additional information for us. Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know we can't solve this today, but the decrease in the operating fund for the Division of Vehicles really concerns me, in that if you look at their revenue, it's not that the revenue is going down or that it's staying the same. It's going up too, but they are the increases in that over just the last couple of years are staggering, and it's just eating that up. And I know that a lot of it is, that's the reason I was asking about what we passed last year and then what they're asking. I know a lot of it is because of the supplemental requests for the digital license plates and digital driver's license ID cards. And I'm not sure, I think we need to look at, you know, we don't need to be, if those costs are increasing, then maybe the fees might have to increase a little bit when someone buys a tag. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to be able to continue this, or we may need to look at a different way of doing our tags. So that just really concerns me that it's increased a ton, about, what, $12, $13 million in just a couple of years. So it's something we really need to look at, I think, when we get ready to do this budget for the Department of Revenue.
Other questions? Representative Ballard.
Questions. I know we got rid of a lot of our cars in the carpool. Do we no longer have a carpool at all? Because often when people went out of town or they visited their agencies, they would get a car from the carpool, but I know we sold them.
We don't have a carpool, but
So-
but agencies do have cars.
All right, but agency do have cars. So maybe that would explain something about cars, why they put cars down. When you decided to add additional things, did you ask for an explanation like furniture? Maybe they bought new chairs, did they do this? Or they had to have a conference table or whatever? Or do we buy all that stuff and see that they receive it as well? Because, you know, this conversation sounds a lot like people are personally using to get these items themselves and whatever. And I feel very uncomfortable with us doing that. If we ask them to give us additional kind of things that they spend their funds on, but we don't put down any explanation of what these things were, it does look a little suspect in many ways. But I would like us to make sure that we're looking into what these things are, especially with cars, parts, all those kinds of things.
I think the more information, like I mentioned earlier, I think we have the better decisions we can make.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dylan, would you like to comment?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and we are looking into that. I just wanted to note that these categories aren't randomly selected by the Legislative Research Department. These are based upon the account codes. There's a 4-digit account code, there's a 5-digit account code, and so what we've essentially done is taken it down to the broader level, the 4-digit expenditure account codes, and that's how we have selected the various categories. So it's sort of the Department of Administration's organizational structure that we used to structure this, so we weren't trying to, they won't change from agency to agency was the objective there. But absolutely, we will continue to look into the question of why these changes are occurring and be able to answer those questions.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jacob. Well, you have 27 yet, okay.
I also have not presented fiscal year 2026.
Right.
Would you like me to present that?
Yes, 26 and 27.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the analysis of...
It's already passed.
All right, the analysis of fiscal year 2026 begins on page 9. This table shows an overview with the amount approved for fiscal year 2026 by the state legislature under item 1 being a total of $128 million with 19 million SGF. This does include the 1.5% SGF lapse within the state operations for fiscal year 2026, which for this agency, it was a decrease of $226,000. And this amount also includes the pay plan, where the legislature improved increased funding for salaries and wages by $5.4 million, including 1.7 million SGF. This budget does also feature on line item 2, which can be shown in greater detail on page 10 and in the table on, I'm sorry, it's on page 9, continued on to page 10. Item 2, $17,000 of SGF reappropriation, and under line item 3, $256 of reappropriations lapse. This leads into the agency changes, which are shown on line item 4 in the table and go into greater detail on item 4 on page 10. The first agency request illustrates a decrease of $923,000 for salaries and wages, all from special revenue funds. This does include a shrinkage allocation of $920,000. I apologize, there is a typo in this line item description. That is $920,000. The million should not be included there. And absent the shrinkage allocation, the agency's salaries and wages budget would only decrease by about $2,000. On line item 5, the agency request includes an increase of $1.5 million, all special revenue funds for the operating expenditures in fiscal year 2025. This is primarily attributable to license plate production and sale, which consists of amount of about $2 million in the purchase of passenger cars by the Office of Internal Investigations Office. These increases are offset by decreases in other professional fees totaling around $707,000, attributable to changes in legal counsel, software, contracts and usage, and an overall decreased volume of ratio studies. The agency's request does also feature a decrease of $450,000 for aid to locals, and there's an additional increase of requested amount of 10.6 FTE positions. That concludes the agency's amount of other adjustments, but there are 3 supplemental requests within fiscal year 2026. The agency's revised estimate does include a supplemental request of $920,000, all from the Division of Vehicles Operating Fund for fiscal year 2026. These funds would allow the employees paid under market by 10% or greater to have a salary increase by the percentage that equals the difference between the under market pay and the 10% under market, or 2.5%, whichever is greater, outlined in 2025 SB 125. Continuing on page 10, under line item 9, there is another supplemental request of $4 million for increased license plate production costs and demand related to digital license plate conversion and distribution. And the final supplemental request for this fiscal year is a supplemental request of $2.5 million to be used for contractual services to cover implementation of higher costs in production, postage, and equipment and security software upgrades, all part of the agency's modernization. I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2026 or move to fiscal year 2027.
Representative Hoffman.
I'm sorry to keep just hammering on this, but so it's actually $6 million they're asking for the license plates, because they put $2 million up into the operating expenditures, and then they're also asking for a $4 million in the supplemental request. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chair, are you referring to?
So number five, they increased it by, in page 10, I'm sorry. Number 5, they increased $2 million for license plate production. And then in number 9, they increased $4 million. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, so the 2 million is part of the net total request of 1.5 million, which is related to the operating expenditures. So it does include other items such as the purchase of passenger cars and other decreases where the agency reallocated funds in other areas to cover this expenditure. But then line item 9, the supplemental request, is solely to be dedicated
Okay,
towards
so it may not be a full 6 million, but it's more than the 4, at least, I guess. I just would like to have more information on why all of a sudden this digital license plate conversion is not new. We've been doing this for several years now. We just spent over the last year to replace everybody's license plate that didn't have a personalized license plate. And so I don't understand why all of a sudden these costs have gone up so much, and saying that it's because of license plate conversion. We've been doing this so if you could get more information for us about it, just doesn't make any sense to me. So, thank you.
Jacob?
Mr. Chair, I do actually have an explanation for the increases. So the initial license plate replacement program began with it was initially funded by the COVID ARPA funds project, and was intended to replace all embossed license plate. Embossed license plate means that the letters are raised and imprinted in the metal rather than actually digitally printed on. So the state enacted an initiative to replace all embossed license plates in the state with digital printing, which was funded by ARPA projects. But the state has also included the authorization of several new forms of license plates, which has led to an increased customer demand. Previously, prior to the replacement initiative, the Department of Revenue manufactured and distributed about 40,000 license plates per month. Once the replacement initiative began, that rose to about an average of 60 to 65,000 per month. But that demand, even though the replacement initiative has concluded, the demand for digitally printed license plates and new license plates has not decreased. So they are still receiving an increased number of purchases for license plates, whether it's these custom ones or part of the digital replacement, but it is no longer funded by the ARPA funds, so the agency now has to utilize other funds, which is part of their request, increases of expenditures, and the enhancement request.
Representative Hoffman.
So the cost that you pay when you buy a new car or trade in a new car, whatever, for a new license, when you have to get a new license plate, the cost that you pay for that plate does not cover the cost of producing and mailing that plate?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. The agency spends around $10 on every license plate produced, but they only receive $2 in revenue from that. So they are operating at a loss whenever they sell a license plate.
Okay, all right. All right, well, I appreciate that. I still would like to have as much information about that. I think that's a large amount of money that we need to figure out maybe a better way of doing. So, because it's no way it's going to be able to come out of that fund. It's going to end up coming out of SGF. That's the only way that we can do it, unless we increase the fees in that fund. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
So extending off of Representative Hoffman's questions, so this is going to be a supplemental request in regards to license plates in fiscal year 2026, which we're already in. So are they now operating in a hole and they're asking the $4 million from that fee fund to replenish it? Or are they just anticipating that they'll need $4 million in order to complete fiscal year 2026? And the reason why I ask that is because The intent is to get the budget passed earlier than we have in previous legislative sessions, but you're still looking in the month of April with 2 months left or 3 months left in the current fiscal year, and we're going to authorize $4 million. I'm wondering if are they already performing in the hole, or are they just anticipating?
Mr. Chair, the answer to that is essentially both. So there are other areas where the agency has reallocated funds and is essentially dealing with a deficit. This is partially related to the change in expenditures for salaries and wages and the supplemental request under item 8. So the agency, with their shrinkage amount and their budget shortfall that they're seeking to prevent due to salaries and wages, they have had to reallocate other areas of expenditures to essentially address the loss that they're operating at when it comes to the production of license plates. They do closely monitor their license plate daily production, and as for their specifics, I know they monitor outstanding orders and current production. As for specific information on their totals, I would have to refer to the agency or get back to you with that information. But I do know, following the trend of license plate demand and their current rates of production, they see no trend in decrease, and they do not anticipate any decrease while dealing with their current budget shortfall they plan to address.
Okay, so I'd like more information on that. I think Chairperson Walsinger would like that too, because this budget is in her budget committee. And I think there needs to be an analysis. I mean, some of the questions that Representative Hoffman posed in regards to the digital license plates, and then whether or not this is actually a shortfall now or if it's an anticipation of a shortfall, I think that needs to be discussed during the budgeting process. The next, this is going to be one of the other motions that I'll probably make when that's appropriate. The whole intent of the 1.5% state general fund lapse was to streamline agencies and try to find efficiencies in regards to state general fund dollars that could be, utilized and saved. So, I mean, when the time is appropriate in either subsequent meetings or whenever, I'm going to probably make a motion that says if any agency is asking for that 1.5% back, it's going to be negated out of the budget.
Representative Walsinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the license plate discussion, I would also like to see how much it costs us to put out the embossed plates. So if we were doing $40,000 a month did you say $40,000 a month or and up to $65,000 a month, or are you talking per year?
Per month. So their historic production rate during the embossed, there was a demand in production of 40,000 plates, but now they're distributing an average of about 65,000 per month. So 15,000 extra license plates a month.
Where are all these going? Do we have that many more cars? I mean, okay, I'm just being dwelling on it. I'd like to know how much it costs to do the aluminum plates, how much it costs to mail those. I'd like to see the cost of those versus sending more of a paper embossment kind of thing. Because it just doesn't make sense. And I've already gotten my other 1.5% lapse of the state general funds from the legislature. That was already addressed by Chairman Waymaster. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just to follow up on those license plates where they're costing more than that, does that also include it for those distinctive plates? Because we're sending those monies to other foundations and things, and if we're not charging enough, because I think when we initially expanded those, it was because we thought it was going to be cheaper to produce them instead of having those embossed. So if we can get information on the price or the cost of those distinctive plates, and if we're truly sending money to foundations instead of recouping the cost.
Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm looking at this correct on page 8, if I focus on division of vehicles, we've seen a 30% increase from 24 to 26 in wages. In addition to that, we allocated, might be out of the context of division of vehicles, it looks like 5.4 million for increases in salaries and wages that I assume some portion of that may have been allotted for that department. And then we're showing a shortfall of 920,000, so there's additional supplemental request on top of that. It feels like that is in addition to a request for 10.6 FTEs. I'm curious if, when we did the allocation of the 5.4 million, that was probably to get us caught up, and now we're saying we're really not caught up, but we need additional $1 million, which is another 20% on top of that. I'm curious am I understanding, if, as I look at the data, is that an accurate assessment how I'm looking at that, or how should I look at that different? I might be cross-pollinating some of the categories there, but I'm just curious on your perspective on that.
Mr. Chair, to clarify and make sure I understand your question, and then I guess an explanation as well. I apologize, taking a step back. So in addressing your question, you addressed the request for the additional FTEs under all other adjustments, the budget shortfall, and then in relation to the legislative pay plan?
So I'll just kind of rephrase that without all the gibber I had in there. So we've gone up considerably in division of vehicles, and there's still a shortfall of 900,000, rounded up to $1 million. When we've had a 30% increase from 34 million to 44 million, it feels like that's going up at a rate that's unsustainable. And I'm not looking to make a point on salaries, because it's important to have the right wage in there, but it's more of a thought about, I wouldn't mind seeing the details. Is there additional FTEs in that number that are driving it to go up so significantly? Or are we making adjustments just to increasing salaries? And that seems like a considerable increase, but we still miss the mark. So are there additional FTEs driving that number in the numbers that I'm talking about?
Mr. Chair, so the additional FTEs are not related to the current increase in salaries and wages. So with the current increase in salaries and wages, that is partially attributable to the implementation of the legislative pay plan. However, part of the shortfall that the agency is addressing is, while the agency has been authorized to spend additional money and increase salaries and wages, the fund that salaries and wages would be withdrawn from, they haven't received any incoming balance. So funds that have been dedicated to salaries and wages have to then be reallocated towards the operating costs, especially related towards the license plates and other production. So while there is a generalized authorized increase of salaries and wages, and the presentation of higher amounts being allocated towards that, funds are not actually being spent on salaries and wages. They've had to reallocate these funds towards other operating costs to essentially keep the agency afloat and continuing to run while unable to increase salaries and wages.
Mr. Chair.
I tell you what, we'll continue this. We're going to take a little recess, and I need to apologize. 1861 Consulting and John Monroe has provided lunch, and
Thank you, Mr.
Chair. This has just went on and on and on, and we're going to take a recess for everyone to go out and get lunch, and then we'll come back in and eat, and so about 20-minute break here. Okay, we're going to recess for 20 minutes, and then we'll pick it up with you, Senator Clem, and I know Senator Petty had a question, and there was, I think, someone else. So we're recessed for 20 minutes. Jacob, we're going to let Senator Clem continue where he stopped for us to enjoy lunch. And again, thank you to 1861. Appreciate them sponsoring lunch. Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief, and I'll pay more attention. I just wasn't able to add, the numbers weren't adding up when I was kind of looking at, we've spent 10 million on wages, 5 million allocated, so seems like a lot of funding that's being spent on wages, but I wanted to just have you expound on what we talked about during the break, if you would.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Jacob.
So addressing the amounts spent on salaries and wages, taking a sort of step back, if you look at page 9 under the totals column, agency changes, subtotals, so the total amount of change that the agency is requesting from the approved amount is $103,000. The represented decrease for salaries and wages and the represented decrease in aid to locals is essentially a reallocation of funds into operating expenditures. As a net total, this only represents a $103 increase, so the agency is not asking for an additional $1.4 million in operating expenditures. They're asking to use essentially $1.4 million reallocated from other areas of expenditures that still represents a net increase of $100,000 in there. But the reason for the main decrease in salaries and wages, my apologies, circling back to Senator Clem's question from the bird's eye view. So the agency has been approved to spend additional funds on salaries and wages, but they have not been given and do not have the additional funds to spend on salaries and wages. This is the main reason for the shrinkage in anticipation of the budget shortfall. So this funds spending limit, which is then represented on the expenditures as the increase that Senator Klemp addressed, it shows that they're authorized to spend an increase on salaries and wages, but they do not have the money to spend on salaries and wages. And with an additional rising costs of operating charges, particularly related to the license plate production, they've had to reallocate and move other funds around to essentially keep the agency afloat and spend money on the operating costs.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty.
Actually, my question had to do with Representative Waymaster's the last recommendation that he was saying he was going to make when we got up to the end. I didn't quite understand. It had dealing with the salaries, or dealing with, I guess, any agency that did the 1.5% reduction, but then asked for it to be reinstated as the Department of Revenue has. I'm sorry, I was not able to follow what was the next part of that.
Vice Chair Waymaster, would you like to repeat that for her, please?
I guess restate the question.
Maybe it's just you restate your.
The motion I was going to make in regards to the 1.5% lapse.
Yes.
Okay, so if I was going to say, I'll probably make this when we actually formulate the budget and put everything together. But if we have an agency or department that is asking for the 1.5% to be put back in, which if you look at the Department of Revenue, they're asking that as a supplemental in 26, and they're also asking it again in 27. That wasn't the intent of the 1.5% reduction. And we can't piecemeal by having one agency doing this and the other agency absorbing it. So to make it consistent with all the agencies and departments, if any agency or department or board or whatever the case may be is asking for the 1.5% back, then my motion is to basically negate that out of the budget, out of their particular budget and the budget overall.
Senator Petty.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, so in the case of the Department of Revenue, they did lapse $226,549 of FGF. they were decreased by that. They are asking, which we've just now been spending the last 45 minutes talking about their salaries, which they have the approval to pay for the salaries, but they don't have the money to do that. So they're asking for, one of the things that to restore the 1.5% SGF lapse. So you're saying that if an agency like this did it and then is now asking for it to be restored, that we should, as part of our budget, take it totally out of their budget, which is
Essentially, yes.
But isn't that what has occurred anyway, and they're asking for it, and with justification about why they need to have that money in it, since they have
Well, they can
higher expenses?
justify that during the regular session. I'm just saying for the base budget bill, to make it consistent with all other agencies and departments, because if you start doing this with the Department of Revenue, then you're going to have the Department of Agriculture coming in. You're going to have KDHE. You're going to have DCF. You're going to have all the agencies saying, hey, we want our 1.5% back as well. So for the base budget, we would just take the 1.5% request, supplemental request from the Department of Revenue out for 26 and 27, and any other subsequent agency or department that may be asking for that 1.5% back, because that was not the intent of when that motion was made in the Appropriations Committee, and then have it the full discussion during the legislative session. I'm just trying to generate consistency for all agencies, departments, boards, and commissions.
I can understand what you're saying, but in fact, wouldn't that be putting them in a different category than others? Because any other agencies that's taken out the 1.5% or the lapse of 1.5% of SGF, they would it be reflected that that's already out of their budget for the next year?
It has been this morning when we were talking about some of the budgets, and they've absorbed the 1.5%. I think it's unfair that you have one agency saying, hey, I want my money back, but then other agencies have absorbed it and actually did the intent of the legislature when that was made into the budget in Senate Bill 125.
I guess this agency has absorbed it, but is also showing justification why they're asking for it back. I mean, that seems to be the process.
All I'm saying is that they can justify that during the regular session when we have a more in-depth budget analysis on their particular budget. My motion that I will make in the future is basically making all agencies and departments consistent. But they were all subject to the 1.5% reduction. Having one or two agencies being put into the base budget bill saying, hey, we're going to give you back your 1.5% is not fair and consistent with the other agencies and departments that absorbed it and actually adhered to what the legislature wanted.
Even though they're requesting it. I mean, we don't have to approve it.
That's what I'm saying. My motion is not approving their supplemental request. That can be done in the regular session.
Any other questions? Did I miss anyone? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob, one of the questions, and thank you, Darlene, is that the Department of Revenue come up with revenues and expenses for the years 23 to 27 for driver's license, ID cards, the digital driver's license and ID cards, as well as license plates. And they're going to need to explain when they come before my committee or this committee where all those expenses are so that we can see what's going on. Because these are the questions that we're having as a committee today that aren't being answered sufficiently. You're doing a great job. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job, but I would like more information from them if I could possibly have that, please.
Yes, I can get that for you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Any other questions on 26? Seeing none, Jacob, if you'd like to go to 27?
Yes. All right, round two. All right, the analysis for fiscal year 2027 begins on page 11. The legislature approved amount of 128 million for this year with 19 million SGF. My apologies. Under line item 1, this begins the section of requested agency changes, the first of which is an increase of $767,000, including $119,000 SGF for salaries and wages in fiscal year 2027. This increase is a result of the budget shortfall from fiscal year 2026 carrying into fiscal year 2027 and adjustments to fringe benefits. Item 2 is an operating adjustment. The agency requests an increase of $266,000 SGF, and this amount is equivalent to the 1.5% lapse. In light of recent discussion, would you like me to skip over this line item and continue line item 3?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to line item 3, operating expenditures. The agency request includes an increase of 2.2 million, all from special revenue funds for operating expenditures in fiscal year 2027, and this increase is primarily attributable to license plate production and sale. Moving to page 12, there is item 4, aid to locals, where the agency requests a decrease of $458,000, the same amount as in fiscal year 2026. For aid to locals, this decrease is a result of the reduced estimate in receipts to be distributed as aid to local governments. Under item 5, the agency request includes an increase of 11 FTE positions for all other adjustments. And then under supplemental requests, beginning on item 6, the agency request includes an enhancement request of $4 million attributed to digital license plate conversion and distribution along with production. And then item 7, the agency's final supplemental request is an enhancement request of $1.7 million, all from special revenue funds, to be used for contractual services to cover initial implementation of higher costs and production, postage, and equipment updates similar or the same as the modernization initiative from fiscal year 2026. That concludes fiscal year 2027. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions on 2027? Representative Wassinger.
I'd also like to get a detailed instruction as to what aid to locals includes. That can be for all the same years.
For fiscal year 2026 and 27?
23 to 27. Let's make it an easy mess for them to deal with. Thank you, Jacob.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in going back to 2026, they're wanting to increase their FTE positions by 10.6 positions, and then in 27, they're asking for an 11 FTEs?
Mr. Chair, so...
Or does that account for the 10.6 added in 26?
Yes, it does.
It does, okay. So they're not adding nearly 22 positions. They're actually only asking for a 0.4 in 27?
Correct. Both of these are compared to the 2026 approved amount. So in 2026, they're asking for the 10.6 positions over the approved amount. And then in 2027, which is also compared to the approved of 26, they're asking for 11 positions over that amount. I'm happy to provide further explanation, as that was a rather confusing answer.
All right, so, yeah, I would, and that's another reason for the,
Okay.
The other motion that I'm going to make is that any additional FTEs we discuss at the, during the legislative session and not have it in the base bill. All right, thank you, Jacob.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jacob. Next, we'll have the State 911 Board, Kyle Anderson. Kyle, welcome to committee. Is Kyle here?
Mr. Chairman and committee. I am Kyle Anderson, and I am a fiscal analyst with the KLRD, and we will be talking about the State 911 Board. So starting on page 1, the State 911 Board was formerly the Kansas 911 Coordinating Commission. And if you note the first footnote at the bottom of the page, in the 2024 legislative session, there was a bill that converted the coordinating council into a state agency, and the conversion of that took place at the end of June, beginning of July, about 4 months ago. The board is in charge of coordinating the system for the calling integration for the 911 system and collects the fees associated with that get distributed to the different call centers around the state. Associated with that, the 3 bulleted points there, the 911 fee is charged to all telecommunication services, so like your landline phones, things of that nature. Anything that can contact a 911 call center, and that is a 90 cents per month charge that gets divided between the 3 of the different fee funds that the agency operates. Then prepaid wireless phones fall outside of that fee schedule, so they are given a 2.06% surcharge for retail transactions that then get collected. And the final revenue source is that each of the call centers, for each of their call lines, they pay in an $18,000 per year fee for the their cost portion of the actual host system for the calls. Turning now to page 2, I would like to call a couple of things to your attention first and foremost. The graph, you will note that the lines remain flat and at the bottom until a very sharp rise fiscal year 2025 into fiscal year 2026. That is because prior to fiscal year 2026, it was not a state agency to have budget-related data. Notably, before the conversion to a state agency, the expenditures were relatively flat for the 911 Coordinating Council, so the trend going backwards would be relatively even across the board. And likewise for the 5 and 10 year change and 3-year average, because the 5 and 10 year change only include the 1 budget year, the data is the same. And because there were no budgeted data years in fiscal year 23 to 25, there is no data for a 3-year average to calculate from. Carrying on to page 3, the expenditures by purpose, the same trend in the charts where the data prior to fiscal year 2026 does not exist remains, but in the table below, the notable factor here is that in terms of the actual expenditures of the agency, the contractual services, which are the expenditures for the actual call centers, contract with AT&T for the networking system, accounts and some of their legal services and IT-related things account for 33% of the budget, and another 64% is associated with the distribution fee of the 911 fee to the different call centers on their monthly distribution basis. Carrying on to page 4, that breaks down the individual categories a little more in depth. Notably within the contractual services fees, you will note that there is a professional versus other services fees. The professional fees are things like the actual IT services, legal services, accounting services, and the other services are things like the software contracts and things of that nature that the agency uses. Carrying on to page 5, you can see the 4 different operational funds that the agency is getting money from currently. In fiscal year 2026, there is $2 million in SGF noted. The reason for that is the legislature in the previous session approved $2 million for mapping of critical infrastructure facilities for integrating with the GIS data of the 911 call integration system. That is a one-time spend and is not currently slated to carry into fiscal year 2027. The fee fund analysis, the 911 fee that is collected as 90 cents for each telecommunications line. 23 cents of that goes to the operating budget of the agency. The 911 operations fund is the primary operating budget unit for the agency and accounts for the majority of their contractual services and salaries and wages expenditures. Carrying on to page 6, this will begin the breakdown of the individual fiscal year of the budget. In fiscal year 2026, the agency has no reappropriations or supplemental requests. Again, they had received a $2 million appropriation for the critical mapping grant, and otherwise the total budget is around $41 million for the 3 operating funds of the agency itself. The only change from the operating base budget that the agency has requested is a reduction in salaries and wages. This reduction will apply in both fiscal year 26 and 27. The underlying cause of this is that in the onboarding of all the employees and converting them from independent contractors to actual state employees and converting to the agency, the employees had to go through their benefits selection process, and the agency was not certain what actual selections the employees would make, so they budgeted for the maximum potential benefit elections, and that was not the end result. So the offset of the benefit selections is the $22,806 difference in fiscal year 2026. Are there any questions for fiscal year 26?
Questions on 26? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back on the graph on page 4, $6.2 million in rent? Can you provide a little insight on that's an awful lot of rent for a 14-person agency?
Mr. Chairman, I am not sure about the details on the rent specifically. I will have to check with the agency about that.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, if you could get that information over to me, I'd be really curious, because that's an exceedingly high rent. And I don't know if, I'm wondering if
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know this for sure, but I think they're paying rent for all the 911 centers across the state of Kansas. But it is rather large, so maybe they could give us the details as to how much they're paying per 911 center, so we have an idea for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, did you get some information?
Yep, just wanted to follow up. So the, let me see, Senator Owen's question. $0 of that goes to buildings. The way it is titled rent, because it is included in the Department of Administration's policy manual as rent, it includes software, rentals for software. And that's the entirety of that amount for the 911 board. There isn't any, $0 of it goes towards building rentals.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if I may. So why are we putting software under rents? Well, I guess because it wouldn't go under computer software under capital outlay because there's an annual fee, but doesn't everything have an annual fee?
So yeah, this is a leased licensing, leased software. This is categorized as a contractual service, which is categorized as a rental of software within the state's budgeting system.
Okay, interesting. Well, thank you for that clarification. That at least makes more sense as to what we're spending that kind of money for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
So carrying on to fiscal year 2027 on page 7. First things first, on line number 1 of the table, you will note the reduction of $2 million and $900. The first is the critical facility mapping grant that was a one-time addition for the fiscal year 2026 budget, and the $900 in the 2025 calendar year. The agency was completing the process of outfitting a mobile call center. And in doing so, since it was spread across the full calendar year instead of the fiscal year, some of the components that were potentially going to be necessary were split across the 2 fiscal years of spending, and the $900 ended up not actually being needed for motor vehicle parts, so that is being removed from the request. Moving to the other changes, item number 2 is an increase of $1.5 million for contractual services. This is an increased request for the collection of new aerial photography imagery for the GIS maps that the 911 call center integrates into. This is a regular triennial process, so every 3 years the imagery is recollected and there's a corresponding contractual services increase for that fiscal year in association with that process. And the last item is the reduction of $12,571 in salaries and wages. And as with fiscal year 26, this is the offset reduction for the benefits elections against the base budget estimate. Any questions about fiscal year 27?
Questions for Kyle? Seeing none? Pardon me? Thank you, Kyle. Dylan, would you mind giving a little update here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So that is the last budget on the agenda for today. Do be prepared for the next meeting. There will be a larger number of budgets. I have had a discussion with both the chair and the vice chair about it, and the intention at this point is for fee-funded agencies that do not have a lot of adjustments. Those will be submitted as a combined table instead of individual summary reports to allow you to spend more time asking questions about your larger cabinet level agencies. Also, I wanted to let you know that if you have any motions that you'd like to make on any of the budgets you've heard today, and you have questions about that, KLRD staff is available. We're here 5 days a week, no matter what, or more. So feel free to give us a call, or an email, or a text, or however you want to reach out to us, and we'd be more than willing to help you sort of develop that motion as you wish. But that is time for questions.
Any questions for Dylan? Vice Chair Waymaster would like to make a comment.
Well, this is kind of a request for either Stephen or Dylan. Since the docking building has officially been reopened, and we have a lot of movement that's going on with agencies and departments within the state buildings around the Capitol complex, can we get some kind of time frame or spreadsheet that shows when they're moving, have they moved, what the anticipation is there going to be a change in rent? Is it going to be affecting how everything is going to be affecting their budgets? And then when all that is going to be completed as far as moving around and Landon to Curtis to docking, and I don't know if anybody's moving out of Eisenhower, but just kind of what the movement is since the docking building is now officially reopened.
Donna?
Mr. Chairman, that won't be a problem. We have that data, so we can give it to you as far as who's moving when and where. Also, I did want to mention we did put the 1.5% both operations and reappropriations lapse on your table, so I know there have been a lot of questions about that. And so the specific accounts those dollars were lapsed from, you have available to you now. That information was certified to the State Finance Council by the Department of Administration.
Thank you, Dylan. Committee, at this time, does anyone have any comments or recommendations that they'd like to make at this time? Senator Petty.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really have, I have a question. It has to go back to the change package materials that we got. And this would be back to Dylan. Under the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, I was just curious as to when it, under the frail and elderly waiver, the brain injury waiver, the technology assistant waiver, and the community support waivers, if those, if there's any reflection there of not having, if those other funds reflect anything about the waiting lists.
So when you say not having those other funds, are you referring to government shutdown or?
Yeah, I'm just, these numbers that are here, do they, does that reflect no waiting lists under the?
I don't believe that was the assumptions that was built into those, but I will touch base with Charday and we'll verify that for you. The other funds is mostly federal funds.
Okay.
As much as the majority of what that is, and I do not believe that the assumption is zero wait list on those numbers. But I'll find out for you and let you know for certain.
Senator Peck, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, I guess, would be for you in light of what Mr. Deere had said. Are we to, if we have a request, are we to go directly to research, or do you want us to do it in a committee?
You know, if anybody has any, if you would contact me or the vice chair or both of us, I guess would be the best, and then call research and you can get whatever kind of information you need there, and then you can talk to Dylan and the staff if you want to come up with a motion for the next meeting when we'll make some motions like Vice Chair Waymaster said several times, you know, the 1.5, we're going to, you know, and all the salaries, we'll do that globally at some point in time, but it'll all be in a motion that'll be made that removes that at this particular time. So when we get here in January, we'll have a starting point with a bill. And then we'll discuss salaries and stuff on a global, you know, we've done that the last number of years for sure, that we usually just come up with a percentage, figure out what it costs across the board, and then each agency, they can choose the way they want to implement it as far as, you know, across the board, or, you know, what maybe it's pay salary schedule, you know, it could be numerous things, but that's just an example.
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, I had heard so often over the last couple of years, I guess just last year and this year, about one-time expenditures. And we have a lot of, and it's been mentioned today, one-time expenditures that just sort of morph into the agency budget. And so I was going to, and I can contact research about getting information about all of these one-time expenditures over the last few years, and how many years did a one-time expenditure get repeated or just sort of flow into the agency's base budget, because we're spending millions and millions of dollars on one-time expenditures, and some of it, Mr. Chairman, was federal money that came to us and then was pulled back. Later, they quit funding it, and we decided to continue funding it. And I know that in our Ways and Means Committee last year, before we quit meeting as a committee, the vice chair at that time said that all of these one-time expenditures, sometime we need to take a look at. So that was the reason I asked the question. I'm glad to get with research outside, but I thought it would be beneficial for the entire committee and for the legislative process to know how many dollars are we spending one time over and over again.
Yes, no, I think that's a great point, and I would ask Don right now to go ahead and get that for everybody. We'll just get that. You know, and that's, you know, the federal money in particular. When we did particular funding on an item, and we said it's one time, that meant it was one time. We weren't going to, it wasn't going to be in the SGF the next year. And we need to see to make sure that we don't have some that continue. Something else that I would like to see from staff is, can you get us a total federal dollars that the state of Kansas receives, and which agencies they go to and how much they are? Okay, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Other questions or recommendations? Senator Petty.
Just as a follow-up on yours and Senator Peck's request about the one-time, so will and Dylan, so will that list reflect, okay, if it was a one-time in 2007, but if the legislature then continued to approve it? So I mean, there's a difference in saying one-time expenditures that it just gets incorporated, but one-time expenditures that we have then also approved. So will you be able to reflect that?
Okay.
Thank you.
No, that's a good point. And you know, it's kind of like, you know, some of the things we did with like Wichita State University on the one-time spend for a building or whatever it might be, a lot of that type stuff. You know, I know last year we did the drone deal, and it was a one-time spend. It was $1 million. You know, it's those type things that we need to check, and I think everyone agrees we should look at these things and make sure what we're doing and when we're doing them. Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Senator Billinger's request for this federal dollars, can we also get, like, if there's a match that the state has to, because I know some of those are easy. I mean, I serve on the Children's Cabinet, so we pull down federal dollars, but we have a match. And some of those, if we could have that would be helpful.
Thank you. Good point. Anyone else have anything? Vice Chair Waymaster.
I guess going back to the one-time spend items, is it possible that we could have a table that just shows all the one-time spends for fiscal year 2027 and just, you know, collaborated with all the agencies and departments and the dollar amount?
Donna?
Mr. Chairman, I presume when you say that for FY 2027, you're saying in the agency requests.
Yes.
So we're going to assume that. And then there will be some assumptions made because the agency requests don't designate something as a one-time spend. And so we'll put it on the list. And then if you say that's not, we'll have to have some feedback. So I think we'll do our best to identify things that are clearly one-time. But it's not going to say that. It's not a bright line rule, I guess.
Okay, and then in regards to that list, then you may already know this, but where are we sitting right now with ARPA interest?
So ARPA interest is being deposited into the state general fund, so it shows up as SGF receipts right now.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Seeing none? Oh, Representative Howell.
Mr. Chairman, maybe you're going to say this, but when do you anticipate the next meeting or anything like that?
It's next on my list here. I don't know exactly yet, but I'm going to visit with the vice chair, and we'll throw a few dates out there and see what works for the majority, and sooner rather than later. Okay? Anybody else? Seeing nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you all for attending today. Appreciate it.